1 2. Test 1 2. Testing again. 1 2. Testing 3 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Hey, 1 2. 1 2. 1 2.
Hello? 60. 60. Hi, we're back and we're dry. So, welcome to the Martha's Vineyard Book Festival's 2021 Summer Series. We're so happy to see you all here. We're happy it's not raining, and we're in this beautiful spot here overlooking the lagoon and the harbor of Vineyard Haven. We are live streaming this, so anybody at home, we welcome you too. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you were able to access this seamlessly. We have today 4 panels, four extraordinary panel discussions. We are going to ask you between each panel discussion to empty the tent. It's part of our commitment to the towns and our COVID protocols, so please bear with us. I know people like to colonize their seat and stay there for the day, but we're just going to have to be a little bit more flexible today. So just a few announcements besides welcoming you and letting you know how happy we are that you're here and how grateful we are for your support. There's many people here who are sponsors, and those, I know there's been talk about how expensive the tickets were. I want people to understand that that was part of how we got this accomplished to make this happen. We couldn't have a book sales tent. We had to bundle tickets in the sale of, we had to bundle books in the sale of tickets. And that allowed us to be able to do this under very limited protocols, which is when we got our approvals. But it made it possible to happen. And to us, the most important thing was that we were able to do something this summer and have a live event for authors and for people to meet authors. For many of the people who are here, many of the authors that are here today, it's the first live event they've done in 18 months. So if they're a little rusty, you'll know why. They're very used to doing Zoom from their bedrooms. So a couple of quick announcements I want to make before we get things started. Water's available throughout the day. There's coolers. There is lunch available. Sponsors have lunch in the sponsor tent. There's lunches for sale here. There's books for sale. In addition to the books that you picked up, there's all the books for sale, or most of them. We encourage you, if you're only coming today, to look at the rest of the series and consider buying tickets for the other days. There's our lovely tote bags that are available for sale too. And at the end of the session, at the end of the panel, the moderator will run a question and answer session, but we ask that you go up to the mics so that everybody can hear you, especially those people at home. With that, I will turn to the panel at hand. The fun thing about putting this together, besides organizing water and flowers, is putting the great talent that we have together and figuring out how panels can come together so people can have interesting discussions amongst the authors. Because we have this wonderful pool of talent here, all of these expert scholars in their fields, and the panels give us a chance not to hear, just to hear from them directly, but to hear them interacting amongst themselves. So today's first panel on land, How on Earth, Land in Our Future, with Mark Bittman, Elizabeth Colbert, and Simon Winchester. It was like, okay, this is an easy one. This was, when you look at how do you create synergies, this brilliantly came together, and we're delighted to have the perfect moderator, Glenn Roberts. Glenn owes his career, he says, to his mother, a Southern cook of great distinction, who mourned the loss of authentic ingredients of the Old South, particularly Carolina gold rice. After over 30 years as a restorer of historic architecture, Glenn changed direction and dedicated his life to not just bringing back old seeds, but traditional systems of agriculture. He's been called a modern-day Johnny Appleseed and a culinary anthropologist. As one James Beard Award-winning chef said, Anson Mills and the work of Glenn Roberts is truly transformative. He's making the world a better place to live, eat, farm, and cook. And we're so glad that he has a home here on Martha's Vineyard so we can tap him to do this panel. So I'd like to bring up to the stage Mark and the rest of the panelists, please.
And without further ado, welcome. It's an honor to be here, and I have to tell you, there's all kinds of cliches, so I won't go there. I want to say brain trust, et cetera, et cetera. But one thing's for certain, this is not what we do in the field on tractors, yet, okay? So, first, at this end, is Mark Bittman. Has been a leading voice in global food culture and policy for more than 3 decades. He's written more than 20 books, including How to Cook Everything series, Food Matters, and his latest book, Animal, Vegetable, Junk. And since I'm addicted to showing books, this is it. Cool. Okay? It's a history of food from sustainable to suicidal. Interesting. Which the New York Times called epic and engrossing. Hear, hear. Bittman spent 3 decades at the Times, New York Times, where he created The Minimalist, had a 5-year stint as the Sunday Magazine's lead food writer, and became the country's first weekly opinion writer at a major publication to concentrate on food. He continues to produce books in the How to Cook Everything series, which everyone on the panel here noted today they use religiously. That's great. And the General Cooking Bible, this has been for a quarter century. He has hosted or been featured on 4 television series, including the Emmy-winning Showtime series about climate change, Years of Living Dangerously, and Spain, On the Road Again with Gwyneth Paltrow. Bittman was a regular on the Today Show from 2005 to 2010 and still appears occasionally, and has been a guest on countless television and radio programs, including Jimmy Kimmel Live, Real Time with Bill Maher, and NPR's All Things Considered, Fresh Air, and Morning Edition. His 2007 TED Talk, What's Wrong with What We Eat, has been viewed 5 million times. He's a fellow at Yale and is on the faculty of Columbia's Mailman School of Public Health. He has received 6 James Beard Awards, 4 IACP awards, and numerous other honors. Bittman is also the editor-in-chief of the Bittman Project, a newsletter and website focusing on all aspects of food, from political to delicious. I like that. He also hosts the podcast Food, which means he never sleeps. All right? So, welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Glenn.
Wow.
That was long, I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. I have permission to address Betsy as Betsy, who is Elizabeth Kolbert. She's been a staff writer at The New Yorker since 1999. Her 3-part series on global warming, The Climate of Man, won the 2006 National Magazine Award for Public Interest. She is author of The Prophet of Love and Other Tales of Power and Deceit. Also, Field Notes from a Catastrophe and The 6th Extinction, for which she won the Pulitzer Prize for General Nonfiction in 2015. Her writing on science, nature, and the environment is unparalleled. I can attest to that. Or, as MIT Technology Review put it, if you like your apocalypse with a side of humor, Kolbert will have you laughing while Rome burns. I love that. Holy moly. Her new book is Under the White Sky, The Nature of the Future, which one reviewer described as a book about people trying to solve problems created by people trying to solve problems. Ouch. All right? I don't know where to begin with Simon. Sort of in awe of the worldview. So I'm just going to read this and hope that everyone understands who's here. There is no more charming or briskly intelligent writer of history than Simon Winchester. His many books, nearly all New York Times bestsellers, have ranged from The Professor and the Madman, chronicling the creation of the Oxford English Dictionary, to Krakatoa, the day the world exploded, to Pacific, the sprawling history of the magnificent sea and his sweeping history of the Atlantic. He carries us through his books with a magic blend of science, geography, adventure, human foibles, and humor. As New York Times wrote, he excels at guiding the reader with a contagious sense of wonder. I can attest to that too. This is amazing. In 2006, Winchester was made an officer of the Order of the British Empire by Her Majesty the Queen. He resides in Western Massachusetts. All right? I need to put one addenda in these bios. Elizabeth mentions in here 1816 and froze to death. If you don't know that, you live there. If you live anywhere near here, you experience this, and we carry those in our bones. She may touch on this later. So, without further ado, my comments on this really quickly. Through a brilliant collection of narratives and insights, the authors sitting before us have documented critical events that led to our present environmental crisis. Their threat assessments encompass possible eventualities of future climate change, including the ongoing dissolution of territorial sovereignty and impending political instability. Oh boy. They work in grand scale while detailing potential loss of cultural identity and fold all into compelling narrative of possible challenges to our very survival. They lay the foundations for what is next with persuasive peer review level histories. Each of these authors has his or her unique vision, and each offers warnings and hope in equal measure. The realization of hope will require all of us to change our local and world behavior and expectations permanently. Read and reread these books, and I mean it. Underscore reread. I learned more the second time than I did the first. This is some of the most exciting reading I've ever done. I'm not saying that because I'm here. It's really true. I'm living this because I farm. Wow. Many of our preconceived notions of land and food will blur today, but we will all be better informed at the end. A 60-minute examination of this collection of data interrelationships is daunting for authors and audience, so we will move swiftly, and the panel exchange will be quick. We'll offer some time for audience question and answer before we conclude. Without stopping. Hi, Simon.
Hello.
Simon, I'm so glad you're here. Europeans in the region of what now runs from Maryland to Florida, we were just talking about this a while ago, documented the scale of managed arable land by native people. At first contact, meaning the first time somebody that wasn't native noticed this, native farmland was nearly the same total acreage as lands farmed in this same region today. Could you describe for us parallels between the phenomenon and native lands under high human management at first contact in what we know as Australia today? Then please tell us how colonial imperialism altered that history. And please offer additional and similar insights from other first contact era lands.
Sounds like the sort of thing you're asked at a university tutorial.
And you have 30 seconds.
I know, exactly. Let me first say something which is going to sound awfully pretentious, and maybe Sue Ellen, who introduced us this morning, has already done it. But it's become customary in a lot of institutions these days to offer what's initially called a land acknowledgement. Before any talk is given, the land acknowledgement, it has various forms, various lengths. This will be very short, but a reminder to all of us that this land, here in Martha's Vineyard, is actually the ancestral lands of the Wampanoag, and we are tourists here. We are newcomers. We are an invasive species, which is, of course, what Betsy here talks about in her book. So we must acknowledge this. It is crucially important because these people, much like the Aboriginals who Captain Cook came across in Australia in the 1780s and when he met the Maoris in New Zealand, it's all the same. They are the bearers of the original instructions, if you like. So it's important we acknowledge their existence. Now, I want to make another remark, not totally in line with what you've just asked me. I mean, in summary, when Cook arrived in Botany Bay, having come from New Zealand, he was astonished to find the forest, the woodland in what is now Sydney, had been managed much like, as Joseph Banks, the great botanist he had on board with him, said, much like an English parkland. Beautiful alleys of trees, areas given over to flowers, areas given over to crops. These people, these Aboriginal people of the oldest continuous civilization on this planet, had managed their land with the same degree of sophistication as we believe we manage ours today. So it's nothing new. Once again, we should learn from these people. And later on, I dare say we'll talk about how in the management of fires we can learn from Australian Aboriginals how they manage it, and indeed how the Hawaiians manage it. But we'll get on to that later. What I wanted to say, largely in deference to Mark here, specifically writing about food, the private ownership of land has really all to do with food. And I'm going to take maybe 3 minutes, if that's all right, to explain why. England, and you can possibly tell from my accent, is where I know best of all. In the 14th, 15th centuries, the population was growing rapidly, and the country was not doing terribly well in terms of supplying food to its people because of the existence of what is now known, or then known, as common land. You have a village, and 20 or 30 houses surround a meadow, and maybe in turn surrounded by a meadow, which can be used by everybody, because there was no thought that this land could be privately owned. It was owned by the village. And so the villagers would keep their cattle and their pigs and grow their lettuces and tomatoes and turnips and so forth, all hugger-mugger, all together. And that was fine when the population was relatively small. But once you get pressure, we need more food. Someone suddenly realized it is jolly inefficient when the pigs eat the turnips and the cattle trundle all over the lettuces and so forth. Maybe we ought to enclose these pieces of land, build fences or walls or wickets or ha-has, ditches, and make this one, farmer A can have it and he can manage his cattle, farmer B can put his turnips there, farmer C his tomatoes there. And informally, this idea of enclosing land, and for it to stop being commonly owned but being privately owned, gained traction. It gained traction formally in the year 1604, oddly enough in a village called Radipole, very close to a town called Dorchester, where I used to, where I went to school when I was at a boarding school. And Radipole, all I remember is did cross-country races through Radipole, a horrible, horrible place, muddy kale fields. But that was where the first parliamentary ordered enclosure took place. They pinned up the notice on the church door saying the map of Radipole is going to be henceforth, the common land is going to be enclosed. Anyone that's got an objection, write to Parliament, and not that's going to do any good. And then people will start to own the enclosed pieces of land. This had many effects, one of them being that a lot of people that had hitherto grazed their cattle and grown their turnips and so forth suddenly had nowhere to do it because the land didn't belong to them anymore. And so they were dispossessed. And so they went, some of them remained disgruntled, some of them went to the new cities, which, come the Industrial Revolution, 200 years later, welcomed all sorts of workers. Or they crossed the oceans and went to the newly discovered colonies here, or the colonies in Van Diemen's Land and the Antipodes. And the extraordinary thing is that they brought with them was the idea of private ownership as a possibility. So they landed here, And what did they start doing? Dispossessing people. Dispossessing the people like the Wampanoag who had lived here peaceably and had grown vegetables and planted flowers, as Captain Cook discovered in Sydney. So that's all I'm going to say really on this score, but it allows Betsy and I hope Mark to then take this discussion on from there with great respect.
Fantastic. Mark, in keeping with the ideas of land and words that are associated with land, some which maybe carry a pejorative that isn't justified, would you please explain what peasant really means and how peasant practices apply to ancient and modern land, farming, food security? I know the scope of this is vast, but if you could pick something that makes you comfortable and delve with it as you wish, we'd love to know how you made these connections.
You know, I think that it's, in working on this book, I started as a person who was thinking about food, and I finished as a person who was thinking about land. And I think land is, I mean, I'm really glad we're here, and I think that this is the right topic. You can tie any issue you want to food, but a lot of it is about justice, and a lot of justice is about land. And Simon started to get into this. It's a big subject, obviously, but determining how land is used and who gets to figure that out is one of the great issues that will determine our future. And some of that wisdom, maybe much of that wisdom, comes from what we don't call peasants, but people who tend to call themselves peasants, which mean people who largely raise food for themselves, for their families, for their towns or villages or regions, and who use the kind of techniques that we've managed to unlearn, and which have led in part to the devastation that we see both agriculturally and environmentally in general that faces us today. So I think in part, I mean, in a way, it would have been great to rehearse this, because we do have a thread from ancient history till now, and each of the four of us has something different to add to that conversation, but it's not orchestrated, it's not choreographed, and that would be fun. I do think that we are going to have to take leadership from people that we call or don't call, again, that we call peasants, and that we forego leadership of people who've managed to industrialize food and everything else and turn it all into a profit center as opposed to a system that might nourish us. So I could go on, but I'll stop there.
Excellent, thank you. That's it. You describe how the ancient to modern human reactions and interactions with nature can be reduced to our insistence on conquering, hate to do that, or fixing, the term I came up with to shorten things up in my head, fixing or conquering nature. When the fix fails, we sort of take a mental leap or something and pretend like we didn't already do something, and then we fix the fix. And that continues. So following examples in your book, these failures appear and reappear time after time, becoming serially wrong, occasionally tragically funny, maybe in a Greek sense, and finally frightening. Would you please give us examples of these failures and help us understand why we almost never learn lessons about correct response to survival challenges? Maybe a departure point would be, for this vast canon of things that would take hours, multiple projects that have failed to address the real challenges and catastrophic problems in the Mississippi River system, which, by the way, all three authors here have hard views on this that are well researched on a peer review level. So thanks, go for it.
Well, I will, I just want to, I'll say two things. And I think that, Mark is right, and there is a thread, as disparate as our books are, there really is a thread that unites them. And I think what the perspective that I came at this problem from, which is not exactly a food perspective or a land perspective, but fits in very neatly, and it doesn't directly address the Mississippi situation, though I'm happy the Louisiana and the Mississippi River land loss problem. But maybe I'll take a slightly different tack to sort of give a through line here, and that is the reason that we have a hard time learning these things is because we have so fundamentally altered things. So let's take our food system. It's estimated that something like 3 billion people alive today are alive because of synthetic nitrogen fertilizers. So I don't think we're going back from that. We're not just eliminating, 3 billion people. Synthetic fertilizers are here for the foreseeable future. Now they have, and I'm talking to a farmer here, so I'm sure I'll get some pushback here. Perhaps, I don't know where you are on synthetic fertilizers, but I'd be very interested to know. Tremendous consequences, just phenomenal. So just to give you, one very simple example, a lot of the nitrogen that's applied in the Corn Belt of the U.S. runs down the Mississippi River, where it causes, these blooms in the Gulf of Mexico that lead to the the dead zone. What's called the dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico. Every year we get an estimate of how big that is. It's supposed to be shrinking. It is not shrinking because of the way we apply nitrogen fertilizer. Now, one simple thing would be to say, let's do it better. And many, people have proposed this, and we certainly could be doing it a lot better. Why aren't we? I don't feel honestly expert enough to say that, but I will just tell you that the result is the same. Every year, we get this huge dead zone. Another big consequence of applying nitrogen that I think is underappreciated is it drifts everywhere. We now have completely changed the biosphere because, some plants are nitrogen limited, and some insects depend on these plants that are nitrogen limited. But once we apply nitrogen everywhere, we just totally change the landscape. It's probably true even here on Martha's Vineyard. And so we are favoring, disfavoring certain plants and favoring other plants depending on their affinity for nitrogen or their ability to fix nitrogen. And that has these ripple effects through the biosphere that we're just beginning to think about even. And in fact, I'm sure everyone here has read these pieces about what's happening to insect populations. And there are many theories about why, insecticides are a pretty obvious culprit. But another potential culprit that people are looking at is nitrogen, because nitrogen has so changed the plant communities, and insects that are dependent on certain plants that have, lost this battle are obviously also losing the battle. So this is a key, this is an example, I think, of something that we did with, you can argue about the motives. It's the Haber-Bosch process. It was invented almost exactly a century ago. It had tremendous consequences and was obviously welcomed as feeding the world, a planet that people thought were not going to be able to feed the world because of nitrogen, nitrogen limited. That has now had all these ripple effects, one of which is a tremendous population that depends on synthetic nitrogen. All of us here are partly made of synthetic nitrogen. So it's very difficult to roll that back. And this is the situation we're in, and why we keep applying, in my view, fixes on top of fixes, because it's simply hard as your population has grown radically since the Haber-Bosch process, more than doubled. We're about to hit 8 billion people on planet Earth very soon. It's hard to just say, well, let's just go back because, here we are. So that's why I think we're in the mess that we're in, or one of the reasons we're in.
Excellent. So Mark, Betsy, and Simon both weigh in on this on different levels. So Simon, if you would, do you want to extrapolate on this since we're there? And what would you add to the discussion on the mismanagement in chemical horticulture versus management of hydraulics, which some of the chemical mismanagement has forced the need obviously, for hydraulic management changes, on and on and on. So, and
Well, let me say, I mean, I'm terribly interested in the hydraulics of the Mississippi. I know so much less about the chemistry, and I'd love to know from Betsy, is there an optimum population size on this planet, do you think?
Well, that's a question that has been asked of much, greater minds than my own, and I think that, Ed Wilson. I'll quote Ed Wilson. I think would say, the planet sort of without synthetic nitrogen, could maybe support 2 billion people. So we're way over that. And people often, ask me, because I've written a lot about climate change, the connection between population and climate change, and it's very complicated. There's a lot of people on the planet who are contributing very, very little to climate change. There's a lot of us sitting here today who are contributing a lot to climate change. So it's not a strict, 1-to-1 ratio by any respect. But we have to try to solve the problems we have with the population that we have. That's where we are. I don't think anyone, even the most, radical anti-humanist, which exist, would say, well, let's just do away with 6 billion people. So we have to try to solve this problem with a still growing population, a population that is expected to grow through the end of the 21st century. That's sort of barring catastrophe. So I don't, what is the quote unquote carrying capacity of planet Earth? It depends on what we're consuming, obviously. A lot of people consuming a little, or fewer people consuming a lot. So it's a question that I'm going to duck.
Mark,
you ducked
you
it.
want to jump in on that?
Well, Betsy is right. The population as agriculture became more successful, and that certainly includes the Haber-Bosch process, the invention of chemical fertilizer. Population grew, and as population grew, we needed to produce more, and as we produced more people could survive, and so on. But population is stabilizing. It's growing more slowly, and will continue to grow more slowly. And I think, I'm not an expert here, but I think most people agree that 10 billion is kind of where it's going to level off, and part of that is about birth control and education of women and girls and other things, other good inventions of the 20th century, or good developments of the 20th century. So it is true that almost none of us would exist without the kind of agriculture that's developed over the last 10,000 years. So the population of Earth was maybe 50 million 10,000 years ago. But we do have to figure out how to make it work. And we haven't really started to do that. Part of that is that we keep doing things wrong. Part of it is that we don't have political will. Part of it is that we haven't really thought about justice for all of us and how that might work. I don't know whether that's ducking the question or not. I mean, there aren't easy answers, but things are going to stabilize, and if we look at different and better ways of doing agriculture that are less expensive, ecologically expensive, environmentally expensive, then we may be able to support 8 or 10 billion people in a sustainable, for want of a better term, way. And if we can't, barring catastrophe is always a phrase that we wind up using, but if we can't, we'll see what happens. But we should go down fighting. We should try to do this. We should try to find a way to do agriculture that isn't environmentally destructive, that doesn't further climate change. Many estimates say that agriculture is responsible for about 30% of greenhouse gas generation. That number, anyone can argue about it, but so we just have to try to find a way forward, and there are things we can do.
Is it impossible to feed 10 billion people without genetically modified grains?
Well, genetically modified grains haven't increased yield, so the question is really, is it possible to feed 10 billion people without destroying the planet? That's the first question. Whatever it takes to answer that, yes, I'm in favor of. I don't think genetic engineering has demonstrated that it's a big part of that picture.
If it makes anyone in the immediate area a little bit more comfortable about this, I work with the Forward Rice geneticists daily on this very topic, and they're looking back at what Simon, Betsy, and Mark have looked at eons ago in high-density polyculture, and they're getting yields with multiple plants on a landrace basis because they don't have time to breed up to confront climate change, where landraces change on their own, which there'll be a test later, is called phenotypic plasticity. That's my next book. Oh, I don't have a book. The geneticists I work with started on this in 1984. And they're still part of that barrier where we don't get to talk to them very much about this stuff. They literally invite me over and do a dump truck of stuff that I walk away from, sort of like these books, and say, okay, there it is, go try it. So that's been going on now for about 15 years. But the same thing that determines sun cycle in Africa, the same thing that defines milpa on this continent, the same thing that involves controlled burn and other cool burn in Australia. Stop and think about it. The highlands of China, they were all on exactly the same growing system with different plants. Africa, China, here, South America, Australia, with those continental separations, they were on the same growing system when this started to go out of hand. And our best geneticists are looking back at that right now. Steve Kresovich is in a 3-university tier looking at sub-Saharan Africa with sun cycle horticulture. That's their original stuff. So, just so you heard it. So, where are we at time-wise? 10 minutes? 10 minutes till Q&A? Cool. Okay, so we continue the lightning round next. Since I wasn't supposed to say anything, I have a big mouth, I apologize. Okay. Simon.
What's the question?
There isn't a question. Continue the thread, since this has worked. Pick a new topic. You've got about 3 minutes.
Well, I mean, okay, I'll talk briefly about, well, let me ask, although I was advised not to.
Oh, please.
What do we think about rewilding? Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing? It's all in vogue in Britain at the moment, largely due to a couple, Charlie and Isabella Burrell, who own a large castle south of London. They have 3,500 acre former arable farm. It wasn't doing terribly well economically, so they decided to stop everything, reintroduce ancient species, and let nature rip, if you like. And it's become extraordinarily diverse, and it's now become rather chic to go there, and there are glamping sites, and you can pay money to go and see animals and birds and plants that haven't been around in England for a long time. Equally, this was done in Holland, in southern Holland, about 15 years ago, and it was an unutterable disaster. And the animals were starving, and it just didn't work. So wilding is a European thing. Does it occur in the United States or Canada, and is it a good or a bad thing?
This is to me.
I believe it is.
Well, I have not been to the site in England. I have been to the site in the Netherlands, which is called the Oostvaardersplassen, which is a wonderful experiment, and I won't. It's unfortunately too complicated to go into, but it's fenced in, and it was on some level so successful. The deer multiplied so successfully that they were starving to death because they're fenced in, and this became a huge public outcry to watch these deer just throw themselves up against the fence and die. Now, other people made the point that, that's what happens in nature. There's not enough food, animals starve. So, I think that the idea of, rewilding, which is very, romantic and I guess, sort of very much, to a certain extent to be honest, what I am somewhat poking fun of in my book, in my latest book, is, we're not going back. We're not going back to what was in Britain, pre-human. People probably, on some level, barely even know what was in Britain, pre-human. The climate has changed. Everything's been changed. That isn't to say that you couldn't, take a plot of land and let, whatever species you bring in interact, and they would evolve and they would have their own interactions, and you'd create a new community. And you could say, well, that's better than having a sterile failed farm, which you're just treating with a lot of herbicides and pesticides. And I would completely agree with that. I think, though, that once again, and I think that Europeans are pretty cognizant of this, you're not rewilding, you're not going back to something, you're going to something new. It might be better than the alternative, but it's not recovering the past. Now, in the States, people, where there is more, or at least we think, I should say we think, I'm not sure if this is true either, we think we just have been lighter on the land. The indigenous people were lighter on the land. Now, they already, I do want to say, drove a lot of creatures extinct. I mean, there was a big megafauna extinction. There used to be mammoths in North America. There used to be mastodons. There used to be saber-toothed tigers. Why are they not here? Well, one very, very popular, I shouldn't say popular, one pretty widely agreed on theory was, because they were hunted. The fauna has changed, and people have talked about, let's bring elephants, to North America, because they're the closest thing we have to mammoths. Let's see what happens. We kind of need those big herbivores. So those are really interesting debates. But once again, we're not kind of going back, but people do talk about having these big corridors for things to migrate through. And that's a species of rewilding, which I think is extremely important, because everything right now, all species everywhere, are on the move because we're changing the climate. So if that counts as rewilding, or I don't know, I don't think it would exactly, but I think it's really, really crucial. And new communities will evolve. You're not going back, but you are going to let evolution sort of do what it can to get through this very difficult time.
I mean, I think the key thing is that we're not going back, and that yes, it's great to have wilderness areas. I don't know how rewilding is different from preserving wilderness, but we've seen marine protected areas. That's what they're called, right? That if you just set aside a part of the sea where there's no fishing, then the areas around that part of the sea benefit, because there's a place for animals to retreat and act without human interference. All of that's great, but I do think we need to find a way forward to do human-directed agriculture that works for all of us, and that acknowledges the existence and the value of natural capital, of other species, and of the land. And we haven't, I said this before, I guess, we, the industrialized world, have not done that. We actually have gone not backwards in the sense of back into history, but backwards in the sense of cultivating life or valuing life. I do think that it's important to note that the kinds of agriculture you, Simon, were talking about, or sorry, Glenn, were talking about 5 minutes ago, what we might call peasant agriculture. When you go to those kinds of farms, you might think you're in a forest, or you might think you're in a meadow. What you don't think you're in is the kinds of fields that we see in the United States. The image that comes to your mind if I say the word Iowa. If you go to a milpa in Mexico, you say, "Where's the farm?" And the farm is all around you. And that kind of farming in accordance with some rules of nature, as opposed to trying to conquer nature, I think is the key to moving forward. I don't know exactly how that is going to happen. I do know what ought to happen in the next 5 or 10 years, and beyond that, we go back to barring catastrophes. So.
I remember vividly the first time when I was a correspondent in the States in the 70s during Watergate. I took a holiday and went to Iowa, near Ames, and stayed with my children in a little family farm, a quarter section, grew corn and soybeans, and Thomas Judge was his name, and we learned to drive the combine harvester and had the most wonderful time bringing the harvest in. Well, my wife Setsko and I went there 2 or 3 years ago, driving across the country, stopped in to find the Judges, and yes, they're still there, 40 years older, but no longer, they still own their house, but they live in the middle of a 15,000-acre industrial farm owned by Cargill or one of the big grain merchants, and the soul they felt had completely gone out of farming. Everything is industrial, no care and attention to the land itself. Everything you two are talking about vividly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't go
It's
on.
all right. No,
but
that's
it's
great.
something I remember vividly and felt so sad for them that what they had hoped for in the 50s, 60s, and 70s had, because of industry, because of GMO, because of the rising population, had just withered away. It was no longer possible to make a living there anyway, in a small family farm.
And to underscore that, John Deere Finance is the largest debt holder in the American South. And for our farms, we're requiring them to farm debt-free, and so we prepay. And we're looking for more adoptive. We're over 100 farms now on that model, but it's nothing compared to what's going on out there. So Q&A, where are the microphones? Okay, they're standing up in the aisles right there. We wish you, if you have a question, please come to the microphone and ask.
Should I start?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. And Betsy, I want to thank you for all your work on climate over these many years. I'm Lori David, and I work on these issues as well. My question is really for the panel, but I know Mark deals with this in his incredible book. What we have done over the years to crush, dissuade, and destroy black farmers in this country. And I'm wondering your thoughts on what kind of reparations should we be discussing and considering as it relates to that topic? Thank you.
I mean, I would like to answer that if it's okay. When we talk about land, I think we are talking about justice, and when we are talking about justice, we are talking about making good on what we've done in this country in the last 500 or whatever you want to say years. First to indigenous people and then to African Americans. It's a long, sad story, of course, but I think the simple answer to Lori's question is a term that people were afraid to utter until recently, and that is land reform. And I think that 10 years ago it was hard to have a conversation about reparations without getting screamed at, and now you can have that conversation. And 5 years ago you couldn't utter the term land reform without getting laughed at. But now I think it's a legitimate time for this conversation, and I know that many people here have thought about this and talked about this. There's no easy solution because we're obviously not about to go down to Congress and pass laws giving land back to indigenous people or the descendants of enslaved people. But that is the direction that we have to move in. I think that's the right answer to Lori's question, is that ultimately we need to find a way to distribute land that is not only fair and just for existing populations, but fair and just for past populations or the descendants of past populations. And until we do that, we're not talking about having a just and fair society.
Lori, I'm there with you, having been the white guy that said reparations in High on the Hog. I can tell you I've had thousands of responses worldwide, and we're promoting that. We don't own anything in our system, and we're making sure that the communities have sovereignty, and we also do something that is more important than that, which is called the Nagoya Protocol, which gives genetic sovereignty back to the origins of the genetics we're using, no matter what they're applied to. So there's some serious high thinking that, again, hasn't trickled down. I was shocked. For us, it's just normal. We talk about, of course, this isn't our land, and of course, you own it. And so that is actually happening point blank. People have flocked to the Sea Islands in the Carolinas in order to return land, and Pat Conroy actually started that. That's back in the 80s too. So there is hope, and that was excellent, Mark.
I think
Thank you.
I think it's worth looking also at New Zealand, where there's a very energetic, vibrant movement of land reform, giving land back to the Maoris from whom we, the colonialists, stole it in 1840, the Treaty of Waitangi, where basically, I mean, you remember the cliche about they came with their Bibles, and we had the land, they gave us the Bible, we closed our eyes, said our prayers, then we had the Bibles and they had the land. Well, that happened in New Zealand, and now, slowly, thanks to an extraordinary woman, a militant woman who led marches at the age of 85 from the northern tip of North Island down to the Parliament in Wellington, galvanizing the Maori population to change legislation to set up the Waitangi Tribunal and various other bodies which are bent on giving sovereignty back. It's happening very slowly. It's an extremely complicated legal thing to occur, but it is happening, and I think anyone interested in serious land reform, the kind that, as Mark said, this country badly needs to talk about, should look at what's going on in New Zealand.
Kay's brother has worked on that project. He lives in Australia. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing, really amazing. We have 5? Great. Any more questions? Hi, go.
Hi. Is any of you familiar with biochar and its use not only as a carbon sequesterer but a soil amendment? And if so, is that practically scalable?
Not really. I'm not going to speak for anyone else.
Well, actually, can I give a lecture on biochar for a
I mean,
moment?
I
Yes,
learned
please.
from
I
it.
mean, my wife is Japanese American. She's sitting here, and we'd love to be able to talk about Japanese farmers in the West Coast, but that's what they did and what happened to them in the 1940s is another story. But the what's called binchotang, which is effectively charcoal, which is sort of uber charcoal, which you go to any high-end, what kind of a restaurant? Yakitori restaurant, uses strips of this binchotang brought from southern Japan because it burns smokelessly for hours and hours and radiates in intense heat. This is made scalably in southern Japan. Huge operations. I mean, they're much smaller than they used to be, but you pile basically white oak, you set fire to it, you burn it until you can smell acetic acid in the vinegar, then you haul out these red hot logs, cover them with sand, and after a while they will turn into binchotang, which is just like if you hit it with a metal bar, it'll ring metallically. It's a remarkable substance. That's what biochar is. But in Japan, which is, in my way of thinking, the font of much agricultural wisdom, it was scalable, could be here. We briefly thought, we live in the Berkshires, of setting up the BBC, the Berkshire Binchotang Company. But unfortunately, the town fire marshal... What? It's terribly labor intensive. And also...
It was huge during the Edo period.
Yeah.
Now nobody knows how to do it, and there's young people trying to restore that, but it's very...
We wanted to, but the town fire marshal took a rather dim view.
Well, we have reached the end. I want to thank Betsy, Mark, Simon. This has been extraordinary. Thank you for putting up with me, and thank you all for listening. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Glenn, Simon, Elizabeth, and Mark, for this terrific discussion. We're going to break now for an hour. There are lunches available for you. The books, buy the books. If you have some of them, but not all, they're available for sale. And we'll meet you back here at 12:30, I think, right? 12:30. Yes. History, Racism, and Exclusion. See you soon. And live stream is on. Be careful what you say.
So we can get
Okay, it's a beautiful afternoon here at the Martha's Vineyard Museum grounds for the Martha's Vineyard Book Festival. So welcome to everybody for our panel number 2 of the day, which is titled History, Racism, and Exclusion. My name is Robin Rivera. I'm a volunteer with the Book Festival, and we just have a couple of announcements. We're very pleased to bring back in-person events this year, but be mindful that risks remain, and we are taking precautions and keeping all events outside, having only ticketed entry, and limiting crowd size, avoiding book signings, requiring vaccinations, and clearing out the tents between each event. So when this panel is finished, you'll be asked to step outside, but then you can come back for the next one. Water is available throughout the day at the tent entrance and at the check-in information tent over there. And lunch, snacks, and drinks are available for sale at the check-in info tent. Please buy the author's books at the book tent if you did not already support it with the purchase of your ticket. This is how we support our authors, our programming, and independent booksellers. Books are pre-signed with book plates. The authors will take questions from the audience at the end of the discussion. Please line up at one of the 2 microphones over there and over there to ask your question. Please ask direct questions rather than long statements. You know how that is. And I will turn it over to Barbara Phillips. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going to do this, so I'm going to find your bio.
That's okay. You're doing great. You can just say Barbara Phillips.
Here we go. Barbara Phillips most recently offered a seminar on political and civil rights as an adjunct professor at the University of Mississippi School of Law. She received her JD from Northwestern University of School of Law, and her JSM from Stanford Law School, by the way, my alma mater. She was an associate professor of law at the University of Mississippi School of Law and staff attorney with the Voting Rights Project of the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. She lives in Oxford, Mississippi. And I'll turn it over to you, Barbara.
Thank you. It's great to be here on a sunny day. This is wonderful. I think we're going to have a good time. We're going to try to do this panel as a conversation. And so I'll try to ask some questions that will get our panelists here to be in conversation with each other. So let me introduce them. Starting at my far right, there's Vernon Burton. I love saying this part. He was born near 96, South Carolina. That's a place. He is the Judge Matthew J. Perry Jr., Distinguished Professor of History at Clemson University. He's a highly regarded historian on race in America, and he's a sought-after expert witness in voting rights litigation. That's how we first came to know each other. He is the co-author with Armand Durfner, also an old friend. He's a legendary civil rights lawyer. They are co-authors of a book, Justice Deferred, Race in the Supreme Court. It's a beautifully written book that tells the stories of significant cases and engages all of us as citizens in understanding what our Constitution ought to be, while showing us what Supreme Court justices interpret it to be in particular moments of our history. Next to him is Heather McGhee. She designs and promotes solutions to inequality in America. Is she in the right place? She currently chairs the board of Color of Change, the nation's largest online racial justice organization, and has shared her ideas in a TED Talk. Racism Has a Cost for Everyone. That's the name of the TED Talk. Her book is The Sum of Us, and it's subtitled, What Racism Cost Everyone and How We Can Prosper Together. This book makes the case that racism thoroughly corrupts our society and prevents everyone from experiencing what she calls the solidarity dividend, the benefits we could share in a future without racism. And I am particularly happy to introduce Patricia Sullivan. She is a summer resident and a member of the Book Festival's advisory board. She's, yes. She is a professor of history at the University of South Carolina and a leading civil rights historian. Her new book, Justice Rising, Robert Kennedy's America in Black and White, is a deeply researched portrait of Kennedy's civil rights record and has been widely praised by historians Douglas Brinkley, Kenneth Mack, who is around here somewhere, Cornel West, and Jeffrey Sachs, among others. These brief introductions do a great injustice to the credentials and experiences of all three panelists, but we'd be here all day if I told you all about it. So we were asked to discuss race and exclusion. And as I was thinking about how to talk about that, I kept being visited by Bob Moses, who died last week. He and Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer were incredible partners in transforming Mississippi with its civil rights movement, and in the process transforming America. And Bob Moses continued his work long after the 60s. I mean, he continued to be a social justice warrior. He started the Algebra Project that was based on a philosophy of math and a commitment to justice. So he was an amazing person. He was often here on the vineyard. Mrs. Hamer was a sharecropper in Mississippi when she became involved with SNCC, the Student Nonviolence Coordinating Committee that Bob Moses was hooked up with. So as Bob continued to evolve in his thinking, he became focused on the preamble to our Constitution, which, as we all know, begins, "We the people." And he just started meditating on that, we the people. And he believes that we should start thinking about that preamble as an organizing tool. We should think about that preamble as giving us our responsibility to expand who is included in that class of people who decide what happens in this country. That's who we the people are. And our whole history is a history of expanding who gets included in we the people. As you know, enslaved people in the United States were not included in we the people for a very long time, and I'm feeling like we're being pushed out again, but that will be discussed. So I want us to think about we the people. The other thing I want us to think about is Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, who was one of the greatest organizers of the civil rights movement. And when I was a young organizer, I used to sit in her kitchen as often as I could, hoping that some of her wisdom would finally sink in and make sense to me, that I could use it. And one of the things she just hammered on was that it was critical to always know in any given moment where you are. And what she meant by that is that it is critical to understand what the situation of your community is all about. What are the factors? What are the forces? What is actually going on in your community in any particular moment? You have to know where you are. And both of these people embody a great tradition of Black Mississippians, where I now live and where I worked as a young organizer and voting rights litigator. And there's a wonderful expression about how you make a way out of no way. How do you make a way out of no way? And they understood that that's what they were doing as they mobilized around the civil rights movement there. So what I want us to do in this conversation is follow their lead. Pat, your book captures the 1960s world of Bob Moses and Mrs. Hamer. And you capture it in a conversation that Burke Marshall has with Bobby Kennedy after Burke Marshall, who was with the Justice Department, has met with George Wallace about the desegregation of the University of Alabama. So in this phone call, Burke Marshall says to Bobby Kennedy, it's a foreign country. It's a different mind and a different world and a different civilization. So now I want to turn, so that's the 60s of Bob Moses and Mrs. Hamer. So where are we now? I think we are in a no-way situation when it comes to issues of racial justice in this country. The presidential election shows us that 72 million people live in that world as described by Burke Marshall. The Republican Party is committed to white supremacy. The Supreme Court is clearing the way for states to disenfranchise black people, just as was done to destroy the first Reconstruction. The states are censoring the teaching of history. Any history that challenges the mythology of white supremacy is being censored in state after state by state legislatures controlled by Republicans. That's this BS you hear about critical race theory and can't teach the 1619 Project. This is what it's really about. Now, not to, be all, doom and gloom, we do have the Black Lives Matter movement. That has mobilized more people in the United States and around the world than ever participated in all the civil rights demonstrations combined. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did win the election. Okay, we got that. Okay, now, but our country is engaged in excruciating struggles over issues of race and exclusion, including economic inequality and racial disparities and opportunities of every kind. These three people have written wonderful books in addition to the ones that are mentioned here. But I want to ask the three of you to talk with each other and with us about a key lesson from our history that should guide us forward. Vernon, I know you got some ideas.
Well, first let me just say what it means to me to be back at Martha's Vineyard, and thank you so much for including me, Sue Ellen, and the committee. And being here is particularly special. Sheldon Hackney was my PhD advisor at Princeton, and he and Lucy are role models, literally, for what a citizenship should be doing, and maybe some people to look to for what we should be doing now, as I think about it. Both Georgianne and I have always thought of them as truly role models for citizenship. I'm always a little reluctant when people ask about what we learn from history, and it does remind me, since we're close to Boston, of David Donald when the busing crisis occurred there. And David Donald was a professor at Harvard. I taught for 34 years at the University of Illinois, a school that I really treasure my time there. And he was our most illustrious PhD. And so when they asked him about what would Lincoln have thought about and done about the busing situation in Boston, he thought a minute and he said, well, the first thing Lincoln would have said is, what is a bus? And that can be a lesson for us, I think. We have to know our history. There may not be lessons, but we come out of our history. We grow out of the events we're in now are exactly there. Whereas at the time, from Pat's book, the quote that you gave by Burke Marshall, basically it seems to me that what we've done is, instead of the South being changed, I think it was changed, but the same methods are being used to become more nationwide in states that we don't associate with the former Confederacy. But it's disastrous not to know your history. And I'm a little more hopeful, I think, Barbara, in another way, and that is I remember when I went to graduate school, there was the whole debate about slavery and the Civil War many years ago, before most of you were born, actually. And yet, because that history has now gotten down into the public schools, and these public school teachers are doing God's work if they'll leave them alone, And no one questions that slavery was the cause of the Civil War. They really don't. I mean, I remember when Haley Barbour was head of the Republican Party, he says, of course slavery was there. And yet, as late as 1990, I was debating Sons of the Confederacy on Ken Burns' movie, which were arguing otherwise. And for the sesquicentennial, they then asked me to ask Ken Burns to come speak to them. So I think there is hope in education. But you have to know the facts. History is critical thinking. I've often said two things change the South, the Voting Rights Act and air conditioning, and we understand how air conditioning works better when we do the Voting Rights Act. But it's sort of humorous, but there's more to it. Of course, STEM education is important, but critical thinking, which you learn through history, and I'm not talking about alternative facts, I'm talking about the history that's there, that goes into the schools. I think it can make a difference. You cannot look at our history and understand what has happened from the session before us about the displacement of Native Americans to slavery to Jim Crow. And it's not just the end of slavery. One of the things that Armour Durfner and I discovered in doing this book, we've had 12 generations of legalized white supremacy and white privilege, and only 2 generations now, literally, of trying to address those things. And even though we're moving back the other way, we have made progress, and we have to keep working at it. And it is people like the Hackneys and others who give us examples. But while there may not be examples of history, I think history is the critical way to move forward. And there is a danger. We did it before, even in 1980, the great historian C. Van Woodward worried about the return to what had happened after Reconstruction, as he saw the resegregation of America in other ways that were going on in the demographics at the time and things. So there is the possibility of that, but we have to be vigilant and not let it happen. And the vote is absolutely critical.
Yeah, and Heather, before you jump in the conversation, let me push back on that a little bit, Vernon, because these Republican states are passing legislation right now to censor the teaching of that very history that you think is going to make a difference. The leader of the Mississippi State Legislature was famously at the Neshoba County Fair just last week, talking about how Mississippi is going to put a stop
Great
to teaching
symbolic place,
racism
right?
in the schools. Yes. Heather, what?
Yeah.
Help us out.
I think that the lesson that I take from history, and I'm not an historian, and I wrote a book about the economy and race, really from a perspective of trying to advance economic policies to make the American dream more real for more people, and running up against the forces of history and running up against racism in our politics. And yet I felt like if I was going to write a book about today, the economy, inequality, wages, consumer protections, all of that, I couldn't exclude just a little bit of history, right? You can't know what is going on unless you know 10, 20, 50, 80 years behind you. And yet so many people who read my book say, I'm outraged that I didn't know that. There's a feeling of folks feeling like they've been robbed of their own history and they've been lied to. And that is really what we're talking about. And so the lesson that I take from history, Barbara, for that beautiful, provocative question that I will keep with me is A, that everything we believe comes from a story we've been told. And that most of us, have been lied to about many things. And in 2018, the Southern Poverty Law Center put out a study about the state of history education and race education in America, and found that less than 10% of high school seniors surveyed could accurately name that slavery was a primary cause of the Civil War. So when you say that everybody knows that, I think you mean among historians. But the lost cause, right, which is something that, many of us in the North didn't know about until it came north. The idea that with a little organizing and a little work, you could change the story of history. And it began immediately as the Confederacy was losing. You had the same people who said it is about white supremacy now and forever began to talk about states' rights as if it was the right to knit right? The right to put up a railroad somewhere, right? I mean, it was a completely disembodied sense of what the right was, right? The right was obviously to own other human beings. And so that same move, the idea that organized people, and I will note, mainly women, this was what white women in the South took up as their civic cause, was the lost cause of changing school books, of making sure that pageants and festivals inculcated the idea of Southern innocence and maintained the idea of separate races and maintained the idea that it was a war of Northern aggression. That is what is happening right now. This attack on honest education, which is what I call what is happening right now, where we have 11 states banning forms of education about race and racism that make students feel uncomfortable, guilt, or anguish, discomfort, guilt, or anguish about what people of their race might have done in the past. This is literally legislation banning that, telling school districts, as in Tennessee, if a teacher knowingly violates this law, they lose $1 million in the first instance. The school does. Then $5 million. So this is empowering a mom to say that there was a lesson about Ruby Bridges desegregating schools in Louisiana, and it made her child uncomfortable. Ruby Bridges was 6. But somehow this child today, who was in, I think, the 5th grade, should be protected from the knowledge of what a 6-year-old had to do to access the education that this contemporary white child is sitting in. So this is a 5-alarm fire. And I think everyone is outraged and confused that this could possibly be happening. But I think there's a direct line between Charlottesville, January 6th, and these attacks on honest education. And this is what is happening. Books are being banned. We know who bans books. We know what is happening. And so I would say, as a simple call to action, everyone who is nodding their heads and feeling their throats start to tighten, because it is very scary, has to speak out. Now, you may live in Massachusetts where this may not be going on. In Rhode Island, there's organizing around this. In every school district, there is some school district council, school board meeting where the crazies are coming out and talking about this. And it's not just in the South, and it's not just in Texas. And so if you have not spoken up, called your state legislator, called your school board, those who might be retired, you might have to go and run for school board, because otherwise we've got recall petitions and it's a really scary place. So please, I implore you, take some action in your community to make sure that you are defending honest education.
Let me say one of the things I didn't say about Heather, but it's in her bio. She was, for many years, the president of Demos, which she transformed into it was a think tank when she showed up, but it became a think and do tank. Pat, what are your thoughts?
Well, everything that's just been said is really so important, and where the struggles are in schools, but also around voting, and to make the changes and really engage in the ways that Heather has suggested is really sort of holding on to that right and really facing this rollback that we're going through, that Vernon struggles so much with in court. And I'm so glad that you started by mentioning Bob Moses, because today is the 56th anniversary of the signing of the Voting Rights Act. And the story of what it took, talk about making a way out of no way. Okay, and this is where history is really important, living in your moment. And knowing in your moment you may not transform, but that you're going to stop and push back and move forward. And that was one of the things I learned in my book. When I decided to write this book, I was interested in looking at the 60s, new questions. And Robert Kennedy sort of became, surprisingly to me, became my way in, because he was someone who was looking, seeing, learning from people, traveling around the country, and he came into office at a pivotal moment. But the year 1960, because the story of what it took to get to the Voting Rights Act is a thread in the first half of my book. And the elements are just not disconnected in the beginning, but they come together. And a critical one is Bob Moses. Bob Moses, New York born, sees the sit-ins, says, they look how I felt. Goes to Atlanta to find out about it, to get involved, ends up being sent by Miss Baker into Mississippi to get people to come to a meeting that October of 1960. He gets there and he meets Amzie Moore. He meets World War II veterans who are determined to vote. And in Mississippi, you are risking not only your livelihood, but your life. And we know, those of us who study this history, people gave their lives. So you have Bob coming into Mississippi, listening to those people, and committing himself. He had to go back and teach high school to come back the next summer. You have John Doerr that same summer of 1960. John Doerr is working in his father's law practice in New Richmond, Wisconsin. And he gets an offer, he was like third or fourth on the list, to come into the Justice Department in 1960, at the end of the Eisenhower administration, to be the top assistant in the Civil Rights Division. He said he went because it had to be more interesting than practicing law in New Richmond. So he's there, right? It's toward it. And then John Kennedy is elected in November of 1960. And on his first day as Attorney General, Bobby Kennedy goes to John Doerr's desk and says, what are you working on? And it was a voting case in Louisiana. And that convergence of those individuals, right, at that moment, and the connection with the generations of African American men and women who've been struggling for generations to sustain, claim, and get the right to vote. That's 1960-61. This unfolds over several years. And what it took to get the Voting Rights Act. You know, we think of legislation and Congress, no, this is coming here, and it's being, Thurgood Marshall described the Justice Department during Robert Kennedy's tenure as an arm of the Civil Rights Movement. And sometimes activists thought it didn't move as fast, but they were in concert. They were in a common endeavor, and they were patient, and they struggled. And I think when you know what it was like then, and as Baldwin said, if you don't know what happened around you, you have behind you, you have no idea what's going on around you. And this history that we sort of take for granted, because we know the Voting Rights Act happened then, where did that come from? And I think that now, as we're living through, after the decision in 2013 really gutting a major part, and that part of Section 5 was written out of the experience of these attorneys who went in and saw what Bob and all the people, Fannie Lou Hamer, were up against, that you had to really make it clear and you had to review any changes. I mean, that was pivotal, but that came out of experience of these attorneys going in. So here we are, right? Voting rights are under assault throughout the country. And I think what we can learn from history is it's our time. It's our time, and it's at every level, right? To me, to really see this making a way out of no way, that is the story of the Black freedom struggle throughout our history. And in the 1960s, a lot changed. And then we had the pushback. I mean, the later half of the 60s, it exposed so much beyond the South about how deep race was, the structures of racism and all the rest, and opened up new struggles around criminal justice, around urban poverty, deep segregation throughout the country. Not now, I mean, not after, but then, simultaneous. I mean, people had migrated during the first half of the 20th century. But to me, and the last time I saw Bob, we were working in John Doerr's papers in Princeton in 2019, and Bob was going back, just wanting to know more about that time when he lived and what they did and what it was like, and to really share that. And he'd asked me if I'd come to Princeton in the fall and present with him on that. So Bob was going back to his history, and to his relationship with Doerr and all that involved. So I think history, in that sense, the questions we ask, what we find, and how we sort of pick up the battle, because people really changed a lot. And I think we forget that. It really is bad now. But we have to remember what did change and how it changed, and making a way out of no way, I think, is the theme. Thanks.
Can I just add what Pat said about Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act? We just had a case really recently that went after Section 2, this changing what's going on as well. So it's not just that this is just the last Supreme Court thing, and those were the two things that mainly give a way to do anything to challenge these cases.
the way you opened, Barbara, speaking about we the people and how I feel like I can't call him Bob because I did not have the joy of ever knowing Mr. Moses, but that he'd begun to focus on this question. I too think those are, three of the most important civic words ever written because they've always been so contested. The name of the organization where I served, demos, is the Greek word for the people of a nation and the root word of democracy. And fundamentally, this question of who are we to one another, who counts as fully human, who counts as a citizen, whose rights should be respected, who belongs, who deserves. Those are fundamentally, that's it, right? That's everything we're talking about. Social security, healthcare, infrastructure, childcare, democracy, money in politics, all of that, it fundamentally comes down to that. And that's where the original lie upon which our economic model was founded in this country, which is the lie of human hierarchy, the lie that of the belief in a hierarchy of human value is still with us and is still being contested all the time through policy, through politics, through representation and narrative. And I do think that, there was a poll that recently came out, a Pew poll, that I think helps explain a little bit why we are seeing the big lie, right? The lie, the idea that some forces, some nefarious forces in cities illegally voted and stole the election from the legitimate president. The big lie, which is the basis now, it was, voter fraud was, on sort of an individual scale, was the basis for the wave of voter suppression that we saw after 2010. But now it's sort of on steroids, and it's the big lie is the basis for this current wave of voter suppression. That lie is fundamentally predicated on a very racist common sense. And so the idea of the sum of us in my book is that racism has a cost for everyone. When you have people in power using lies to distort, to divide, it ultimately weakens all of the things that we hold in common, including our democracy and our economy. It creates inequality. And so that has a cost for everyone. But I think about what is going on with the stealth and sometimes flagrant attacks on democracy, and fundamentally they come down to that racist common sense that it's as possible that Black and brown people voting in cities are doing something criminal by doing that as they are being true citizens who are legitimate citizens exercising the right to vote, right? Like, you have to have that as a common sense to think that there's this mass wave of criminality stealing an election from, let's face it, the person who still nonetheless won the majority of white voters, right? And so that's really what's going on like a gut level common sense, the idea that this could have been stolen from, the rightful owners of this country. And that is why we need the policy work. But just as Kennedy, just as King, just as so many of our greatest leaders truly understood, we also need the hearts and minds work, right? And I think that right now the people who understand that very well are those who are using collective stories and media and consciousness and emotion to drive us apart rather than those who are looking to drive us together. And that's one of the reasons why I wrote the book, was to try to give us a common story that would make us reject this zero-sum notion, this idea that what's good for one group has to be bad for the other and vice versa, to sort of bring us into a common sense of a collective fight against these systems that are harming us all, from our planet to our schools.
And demos also reminds me of demography. And it's another thing that actually gives me hope. And, I've testified to this and written about it. But certainly Texas has become a majority-minority state. And politicians are well aware of that. Florida is on its way, predictions 2030. The U.S. itself, which just when I was coming of age was just overwhelmingly what we consider white, whatever that is now about 60% or something. And I think there's hope there too. And I think it's also what's driving a lot of the fear of voters and others, and the mobilization of voters. And having studied demagogues like Pitchfork, Ben Tillman in South Carolina, sometimes of the late 19th, early 20th century, I think some of these folks just took off their overalls and put on coats and ties and went to New York City, and using racial demagogue techniques. It's very similar. Again, it's a danger to take and say this, you take from this episode in history and place it today. But I think that's a lot of what is going on. And we faced these kind of problems before, and I think we have to put them on. And these kind of books that Pat, you've done, Heather, I think make a huge difference to show that.
Pat, I can see you about to say something.
Yeah, but the question, I mean, is what do we do? And I think Heather's book really opens up the challenge and the opportunity. And that was the demand and the opportunity. And I think people in the 60s, across race, responded not just to the demand, but to the opportunity. The sit-ins exploded, just took off, eclipsed the Cold War politics of the 50s. It really opened up American political culture in a dramatic way. And I think we lose sight of, when we see how far we've slipped back, we often lose sight of that. And that is really powerful. And I also think activism and acting, and I think social media kind of short circuits a lot of that today. But people, what did Marian Wright say about Kennedy? And this is true about Bob Moses and so many people who interacted with the people on the front lines in the Southern struggle. He went, he saw, he listened. He listened. A student of mine called him a radical listener. She said, Pat, that you chose Robert Kennedy was a radical listener, and he grew. And he was in a position that he could, connect things up. But I think so much is, not to go on that last night's noise thing, but so much is out there that we don't have control of, and it's so powerful, as you say, Heather, the stories. But what do we do? Because it seems action is what changes people's hearts and minds. Coming together, creating those spaces to do that. And it's a very different time from the 60s, but we face very similar challenges. And it's sort of, how do we, people who have had the opportunity of education and all that, how do we use that in our world? Not as, so we'll do this no, every day. How do we orient ourselves and use what we have? Like Robert Moses, he was an MA in philosophy from Harvard when he ended up in Mississippi. Fannie Lou Hamer taught him. He learned from people there. And they created a revolution. And the timing was good, because you had people in Washington for a short time who were learning from them. And the synergy, I mean, it was transformative. I mean, President Kennedy, in his June 11th speech, talked about the revolution that was happening. And Robert Kennedy at Berkeley, the most important thing is the revolution within our gates by African Americans for full equality and full freedom. But so that's, how do we think about that as people working at different sides of this question and challenge? Because, Heather, I think your book really just reminds us is that most people, white people, are disadvantaged by this kind of politics that's built on race. I mean, you look at the wages of whiteness and you may feel a little better, but really you're suffering with 3 jobs and all these poor health care and the rest.
Heather, you're the doer here. You are the activist. And let me ask you, I was intrigued by your book, and to throw in some history here. We have had moments in our history where blacks and whites came together and understood their commonality. We've had the Tenant Farmers Union in Arkansas. We've had Mississippi Gulf Coast pulpwood workers, black and white, came together for a while. We've had these things happen for a while. So we're talking now about these serious threats to our democracy that are happening right now. Their race is being used to drive challenges to democracy at every turn. We've had these recognitions of what we have in common that have been fleeting. How are we going to do it differently this time?
So, that's really the question, ultimately. And there are instances in the sum of us, going back to Bacon's Rebellion, right, going back to colonial Virginia, a cross-racial servant uprising of black and white that ended up burning the capital of Virginia and chasing the colonial governor out into hiding. And after that, you saw the beginning of what we sort of know now to be the racially based hierarchy of human value, the taking away of rights and property from African enslaved people and the basically giving it to white-skinned people, the pardoning of the white people who were part of the rebellion, and the sort of hardening of the color line, because they said, well, hold on now, they who said it was the plantation elite, right? The colonial elite said, oh, we are vastly outnumbered here if y'all start getting together. This is a major problem. And so let us make sure that what white people are here, A, let's stop importing so many white people. And B, let us make sure that the white people who are here know that they should side with us, no matter what their class or station or job or land or lack thereof. And that's been the okie doke ever since, right? So that's been the tension and the wages of whiteness that Barbara mentioned, of course, W.B. Du Bois, beautiful passage talking about what could be talked about in basically any shop floor, across the country. Part of the book, I go to Jackson, Mississippi, where a Nissan plant had just, the workers who were eligible to vote, the Nissan plant had just voted against organizing. And I grew up in Chicago, so I knew that, labor organized car factory jobs are the best jobs, you can get, right? So the idea of somebody saying, no, I don't want a pension and health care and, all that was just like, wait, what's going on here? Why would somebody do that to themselves? And when I went down there, it turned out that race was really the hidden story, right? That it was this wages of whiteness. The idea, as one of the workers said, if the blacks are for it, I'm against it. This sense that the union meant equality, and they'd rather have, a little bit of advantage and that feeling of superiority than the equality, even if equality would bring them material wages. They'd rather have the psychological wages. But that's from a story, right? And so I really think it's important for us to always remember who's selling that story for their own profit and not just who's buying it. Right. So often we, particularly I think with social media and everything, we can get focused on, each other, right? As opposed to the people who are self-consciously using division and racist narratives for their own profit. And that's where, I'm so glad we're having conversations at the festival about, the role of social media and Facebook and the way that, that what used to be something that we could, share our kid pictures and our cat pictures on has really become a tool of the plutocracy, has really become a tool of the self-interested elite, that its profits are driven by the more hate and outrage and division that exists, the more money is in those shareholders' pockets. And that's really important for us to recognize as citizens. But just quickly to answer your direct question, I think we are actually at a boom time in organizing, right? I think the last 4 years made super citizens out of millions of people who said, what I'm gonna do with my girlfriends is I'm going to write postcards, I'm going to stand on the corner, I'm going to door knock, right? That this I had never seen that in my life. I know that, I grew up hearing about it in the 60s, but it certainly was not the America that I grew up with in the 80s and 90s and 2000s. And so it's really important that we not go back, to brunch, right? That we continue to be vigilant about what's happening in our country and in our name. And, I toggle between fear and outrage about, the backlash and the organizing of the right around racial resentment. And, and I want to distinguish that from Republicans. I'm a partisan person. I've, fought to elect Democrats, but, I think we should have a multi-party system, and I think that we should have people who have different ideas about how to order society. But what's happening right now is very different. It's not about how to order society. It's about who should be in society and who's really human and who belongs. And that is where I think we need to fight to draw a line. But I think, as you said, Barbara, the Black Lives Matter movement, all of the organizing that has happened, the consciousness shifting that has happened, that has largely been driven by multiracial coalitions. And, yes, a lot of African Americans were not as active, 10 years ago, 15 years ago as we are now. But really, when you're starting to get that, this moment, this is about people who are not Black saying, I don't want this to be happening in our name. And that is wonderful. And I think no progress has ever actually happened without that multiracial coalition. We didn't get the Voting Rights Act on our own, right? How many Black people were there in Congress when there was the Voting Rights Act? That was not us, right? That was an alliance, a coalition, abolition. All of the movements that have happened have been organized and led by the affected communities, but ultimately it has needed people to come together and say, we can do this. And I think that is the moment we're in. That's why we're seeing a backlash, but it's why we can't take our foot off the gas in terms of making sure that this sea change in organizing and in consciousness translates into policy change. That is the most important thing.
Let me just add, because you mentioned the lost cause, that's a great example, and I think the greatest example from history and the most misunderstood, the most progressive period was the interracial democracy of Reconstruction,
Yes,
when
that's right.
Republicans, Black and white, came together and overcame, at least for a period of time, race, and it took a coup d'etat. It took a coup d'etat in America that is terrorism, which didn't begin in 9/11. African Americans had lived in that, at least till the Voting Rights Act. It literally was a paramilitary overthrow of a legitimately elected interracial group of people who then happened to be the Republican Party, and yet we have, well, I think we disagree on this. I think we've come to understand slavery has caused a civil war in the high school text or anything, unless they try to keep writing it out. We still don't see Reconstruction now, and it's still used. Even testimony, I've heard it come up in recent court cases, the horrors of Reconstruction. They don't mean the horrors that you and I and Pat think about. They're talking about the horrors of Black people voting. And it wasn't until recently when finally they were able to get the Confederate flag in Washington, D.C. Capitol, in this riot that we've had anything pretty much like that since the ends of the 1898 Wilmington and Phoenix and riots like that against Black people voting. But it was a working interracial democracy, and we got the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment at that time. So I think that's what we have to be so vigilant about.
Well, let me just follow up on that a little bit. Last summer, I was pretty optimistic that we were moving in the direction of a third Reconstruction. And I think listening to you, Heather, and Vernon, you all are hopeful that we are moving in the direction of a third Reconstruction. But sometimes I think we're headed into redemption, that period that destroyed the first Reconstruction. Pat, where do you think we are?
I think we're sort of where Heather described. I think it's, for me, I mean, we are in a racial reckoning. We haven't, that echoes the 1960s. It's all out there, right? It's all out there. Black Lives Matter, the protests, you can't look away. It's there. I mean, you can mobilize reaction, but it's there. And again, I think, like the earlier decade, there's a demand and there's opportunity. There's opportunity. And how it goes is really in play. But I think the fact that we're facing, our country is facing this and maybe trying to manipulate it as the way you say, Heather, but it's there. And so it's an opening to really organize, teach history. I think history is, and it's generational. We don't have to go, I mean, the New Deal era, my gosh, I mean, Virginia Durr's birthday is today. I mean, she worked with Charles Hamilton Houston, she worked with NAACP in the South. There was a terrific interracial activism, huge, Popular Front, cross all kinds of boundaries, that was really pushed back in the Cold War era, repression. Targeting, right? Du Bois arrested. So we need to, it's a constant fight, and it's our generations, ages, it's now. And the fact, as you pointed out, Heather, people are organizing and active in ways that they haven't been. And so I think it's an opportunity, and whether it's a third Reconstruction or redemption, it remains to be seen. But I think it's in the hands of all who are seeing, and how you use that knowledge and that politics and organizations to really because it's a very dangerous moment. And I think people are I mean, the attack on the Capitol on January 6th, as much as it's been sanitized or tried to be, it can't be. You know, I mean, there it is, and I think it illuminates so much of what you've.
I know you.
It's a
you
teachable-
keep on. Pause
teachable
just for a
moment.
minute, Vernon. I want to let people know to come to the microphones to ask questions. You go on.
To emphasize what both people have said, I think it's, if we look at it as a teachable moment, all of this, not just right, I think it's very important. But as you know, Barbara, my editor kept taking out of the previous book I wrote, I called on people not to use the term redemption. As a person of faith, that is a beautiful word to me. No, but this is important, I think, because the other side has used the language. They control the language. And so, and it's not just then. This is a teachable moment. Redemption, describing this overthrow of a legitimate government, just like they use the words today and set up authoritarianism by saying these kind of things, everything from critical race theory. They grab these words, and we can't let that happen. That's why I'm so happy you have a Martha's Vineyard book fair that people can read and are caring about discussing these things. But it is a teachable moment, and it is one of the lessons from history. The language you use becomes so important, and it is partly what demagogues use to get people to vote against their own economic interest and their children's interest, despite what is going on, what's really happening, that separation.
All right, we've got some questions. Yes.
Hi, thank you all so much. I have two quick questions. One, I wanted to just ask you to speak a little bit more, if possible, about the functioning of a lie as a form of denial. And so I know in all of our communities, when someone does something they're ashamed of, they make up a big BS thing to cover it up, and they cling to that. And that's what scares me the most, is the usurping of language. And so even the lie you were telling about, those same people are trying to get us to not know about voter suppression. And so I'm curious if you could talk more about that. And then I'll just say both questions. And then the second question, I'm a professor at Tulane, and I teach alternative journalism. And it's a strange course, and I feel really blessed to teach it. And the students are learning about radical journalism, the history of black journalism, the history of immigration journalism, the history of feminist journalism, all of it. And what I'm learning is that I have 90% wealthy, white, northeastern students in New Orleans who have no idea that Katrina even happened, who are completely unaware and who are not taking any action. And I feel grateful that I can waken them, but I don't have that much hope when I see each of these courses of students coming in. And I'm curious what you all might want to say, if you could come into my class for 7 minutes and rattle the room. Because all of those kids are the kids of the people, many of the people here, not all of them obviously, have kids that don't necessarily feel ready yet to face what's going on. And I think I'm really with Heather for the rest of my life.
Very good.
Do you want to talk about the lie?
Who wants to talk about the lie? I think you should. Okay.
The truth will set us free, right? And that is clear, right? And let me just say something a little more specific about it. Here's how. So I was speaking with this woman, Rachel, who is a white suburban mom from Oklahoma, and this summer, and she had been born and raised in Oklahoma, attended, Oklahoma public schools, Oklahoma State College, went to graduate school, very educated woman. She said, I did not know about the Tulsa massacre until 3 years ago. So, that's shocking, but how did that affect her? I'm interested in that, right? I'm interested in asking the deeper question of, so what was the cost of that to you, a white suburban mom growing up in Oklahoma, to not know that? And she was one of those people who had that sense of outrage. Like, I have been lied to. This is my history. I'm an Oklahoman. This is my history that I have been robbed of. And she said, I always drove around different neighborhoods, and I saw how the black neighborhood was poor. And I had no understanding of why, because history had been robbed. I'd been robbed of the history, and so I had no sense of the causality, anything structural, anything about history that could have made that happen. And so in its place, I ascribed basically racist views, right? That there's just something wrong with black people. Like, we're just allergic to money. We just can't hold on to it somehow, right? It keeps coming out of our hands, right? Our wealth just keeps being, evaporated into thin air, right? And so that's how it works today. That's why it's so important, right? It's so important to a right-wing elite that wants to keep public goods impoverished, that particularly if they're integrated, to have a financial penalty for teaching about integration. I mean, right? Literally, they're trying to weaken and destroy public goods. And so that's, I think, thinking about why the lie is important, right? What function it's having, why the lack of history makes for weaker citizens today who are more easily manipulated, right? That's the most important thing. Who are quicker to believe stereotypes about one another. Like, that's how it actually works in practice.
Okay, we've got a question over here.
Hi, I think it's more of a comment. On April 7th and 8th, HBO aired a 4-hour docuseries called Exterminate All the Brutes. If you've seen it, could you raise your hand? Okay, that's what I thought.
Exterminate all the what?
Exterminate all the brutes, the bad guys, B-R-U-T-E-S. And it's from filmmaker Raoul Peck, who created I Am Not Your Negro in 2017. If you saw I Am Not Your Negro, could you raise your hand? That's what I thought. Okay. So I'm the founder of the new Facebook group called the Friends of Raoul Peck. And ever since seeing this film, my entire life has been transformed. He's a Haitian filmmaker. He's 67 years old. He's been making films for 40 years. And all his films are together a body of work. But this crowning achievement is Exterminate All the Brutes. And it is, to quote him, the origin story of white supremacism, white supremacy, and genocide. And I strongly urge you all to watch it on high-definition television in the dark with no alcohol in your brain, because it's the most extraordinary film experience I've had in my 74 years, point one. Point two, I envision a mass rally on the Mall as a counterpoint to the insurrection, and it's also going to be the title of Heather's next book, which is...
Please, tell me. I'm listening.
The people, T-H-E-E, the people. And my vision is that it's a full mall organized by time slots with people coming in and out, and it's music, but it's history, and it's Raoul Peck. But then it's a walk around the Capitol, to circulate around the Capitol until your time slot is over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you
for sharing
and
that vision.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back. One more question. Yeah.
Quick.
Yeah. Yes. These need to be quick. What? Hold up the piece of paper. Okay.
It was.
Okay. Quick question.
40 years ago, an anti-racism trainer set me the task of figuring out why it's in my self-interest as a white person to end racism. And Heather McGee's book really answers that question. I think it's so brilliant. It's the most important book I've read in a really long time. It should be behind people in those PBS, instead of cast, they should have that behind. And I just wonder specifically, I know your whole book is about that, but if you had to express that as a kernel of why is it in white people's self-interest to end racism?
Why don't we take this one last question, and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Well, this is just a question for Professor Burton, who identified himself as a person of faith, as I am. What role does the faith community have these days with social media? I mean, it was important during Reconstruction. It was important during the Civil Rights Movement. But what's going on today, from your view? Is it relevant?
You want to do yours?
Sure. Just quickly, so I come from an economics background, so I made mostly 9 of the 10 chapters are an economic case as to what helps explain how a country that invented the American dream is now one of the most unequal economies in the world. And it was the inclusion of all of us in those public goods. It was really the civil rights movement that turned us away. The central metaphor in the book is the story of the drained public pools, the idea that there were public goods, you know, a beautiful life when it could be segregated, and once Black people came to the water's edge, many white elites decided to drain the public pools rather than integrate them. And I think that's what happened to our entire economy. But I do include one chapter on the moral cost. And I think on a more fundamental level, there is a spiritual wound that happens from denying your own humanity by denying that of others. And I'll leave that.
Yeah, it's hard to speak about faith briefly, as you know, and things. I used to argue, in fact, one of the problems with the South, and maybe it's come to the nation, that we were all very slow readers, and they never got through the Old Testament, where, you know, God said, kill all the people and the animals and all of that, and to the central teaching of that there are no strangers and love your neighbor. Things like, but it is a complicated thing, and the church is rational. The institutional church has really a part of it, having gone from being the backbone of the abolitionist movement to certainly central to the civil rights movement and other issues. There's a group who really have taken, well, I don't know what they've taken, but, you know, I'm not so sure I care if there's a heaven, but it'd be very hard for me to be in a heaven if these people who have taken religion and used it in the way they have in terms of race, not to be burning in hell with what they've done with religion. So it's hard to get into, but I think you see some hopes. You see with this recent, was it Jones and the Southern Baptist, who are finally speaking up. A little late, but at least they're doing it, and we believe in what I like the word redemption for. We do believe that people can change. Maybe I'll end with a quick story that John Lewis told me when my co-author Armand Durfner and I were at a meeting in Washington with him, and somehow I said something about smart aleckly, I should have known better, that I couldn't believe that, you know, so many African Americans were voting for George Wallace, and he claims he changed. And John Lewis looked at me and he said directly, I remember this much, well, Vernon, if you can't believe that John Lewis changed, you don't believe what I almost was killed for and what we fought for, because we believed that we can change people. He went on and gave examples. And I think that in that sense, as we said, this is such a teachable moment. Maybe we can call for a true redemption to change people, to have them look at their faith in ways to say, what does this faith really say, beyond how demagogues within the church themselves have been using, and certainly politicians, been using code words.
I want to thank our wonderful panel, and I want to encourage you all to come back to the festival tomorrow and Sunday, when you will get to hear these authors talk about their books. So thank you very much.
Thank you to Barbara for moderating so beautifully.
So those of you who were not in here before, we have to do a changeover and everybody has to clear the tent. So thank you very much. And we'll see you at about 2 o'clock. start feeling it. Give me a look. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome again to the Martha's Vineyard Book Festival, the 2021 Summer Series. Thank you so much for coming and your support of the series. We are very pleased to bring back in-person events, but mindful that risks remain, we are taking precautions and keeping all events outside, having only ticketed entry, limiting the crowd size, avoiding book signings, requiring vaccinations, and clearing out the tents between events. So when this panel is over, we'll ask you to step out for a little bit. Water is available throughout the day. There's a water cooler at the back of this tent and one over at the welcome check-in info tent. And please buy the author's books at the book tent if you did not already purchase them with your ticket. This is how we support our authors, the programming, and independent booksellers. Books are pre-signed this year with book plates. The authors will take questions from the audience at the end of the discussion. So when asking a question, please line up at one of the microphones over there and over there in the aisle. And please ask direct questions rather than making long statements so others have a chance to ask questions as well. So I will introduce you to our moderator. This panel is Mothers and Daughters, and the moderator is Dawn Davis. Dawn Davis was appointed as editor-in-chief of Bon Appetit in fall of 2020. In her role, Davis is responsible for the editorial vision of Bon Appetit and Condé Nast food brands across digital, video, social, and print platforms. Davis was formerly vice president and publisher of 37 Inc., an imprint of Simon & Schuster. She is an award-winning publisher and storytelling advocate who, for over 2 decades, has championed and elevated underrepresented voices. Her interest in food and restaurants also led her to write If You Can Stand the Heat, Tales from Chefs and Restaurateurs, which profiled some of the most dynamic and prolific chefs of the time, including Edna Lewis, Bobby Flay, Anthony Bourdain, Michael McCarty, Patricia Williams, and Linda Rodriguez. She was named the 2019 Editor of the Year by Poets and Writers, a former board member of the Harlem School of the Arts and a graduate of Stanford University. She lives in New York City with her family. She's a valued member of the Martha's Vineyard Book Festival Advisory Board. So, Dawn, over to you.
I said, do I stand or?
You can do it right from there because I'm going to move this back
okay.
so everybody can see you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's lovely to see you all here today. I'm a veteran of this festival, and one of the things I love about Martha's Vineyard is how much this island cares about books and literature. So I'm pleased to start by introducing the panelists. The first one's a little personal for me, Sadika Johnson. The notes say, we do not have many novelists at this year's book festival, but after reading Sadika Johnson's Yellow Wife, we were compelled to invite her to discuss her latest book. Yellow Wife is a harrowing tale rooted in history of an enslaved woman in Virginia beginning in the 1850s. Sadika has written 4 other novels. Her accolades include the National Book Club Award and the USA Best Book Award for Best Fiction. I am so pleased. I worked on Yellow Wife, so while the notes say we were compelled, the truth is I pressed the book into Sue Ellen Lazarus's hands. But I pressed many books into her hands, and she does not do what you say. She does what she thinks is best, and she fell in love with this book, as I hope you will too. Sadika. Next is Tori Peters. For the past few years, Tori has been a part of the trans literary movement based on trans people sharing their work among each other without barriers. She is also the author of the novellas Inflect Your Friends and Loved Ones and The Masker. Tori Peters is the author of the critically acclaimed novel Detransition, a national bestseller. Detransition Baby was published by One World, a division of Random House, and was longlisted for the Women's Prize for Fiction. Arthur Garth Greenwell called the book, quote, the smartest novel I've read in ages. I wish I could figure out how it manages to be utterly savage and lacerating while also conveying endlessly expanding compassion. It's kind of a miracle. Tori. Thank you. Disha Philia, to my right, her debut story collection, The Secret Lives of Church Ladies, won the 2021 Penn Faulkner Award for Fiction, the 2020-21 Story Prize, and the 2020 Los Angeles Times Book Prize. That's a lot of prizes. And it was also a finalist for the National Book Award. The Secret Lives of Church Ladies focuses on Black women, sex, and the Black church, and is being adapted for television by HBO Max's with Tessa Thompson producing. Amazing. So why don't we start, Sadiqa, we'll start with you, and why don't you tell us with a few sentences, if you will, what the book is about and the genesis of the book, if you can kind of condense that for us.
Absolutely. Well, first I just want to say thank you guys all so much for being here. I know you can be at the beach because it's a beautiful day, but we are so glad that you are here with us. As Dawn mentioned, I'm Sadiqa Johnson, and I'm the author of Yellow Wife. And Yellow Wife is the story of Phoebe Dolores Brown. She's a 17-year-old mulatto girl living on the Bell Plantation in Charles City, Virginia. She's the daughter of the master of the plantation, along with his favorite enslaved woman, Ruth, who is the medicine woman and also the seamstress. Well, Phoebe has been promised freedom her whole entire life. It's something she's always known. Her father has always said that when she turns 18, she'll be free and she'll go to a school in Massachusetts. Well, a series of unfortunate events happen to Phoebe, and she finds herself thrust into the world of slavery, in the bowels of slavery, where she ends up at the Lumpkins Jail, which is a holding center and punishing site for enslaved people. There she meets the jailer, she catches his eye, and she has to outwit him, not only for herself, but for all of the people who she cares for. And that's Yellow Wife.
Thank you.
I'm Tori Peters. I echo, thank you all for being here instead of the beach. My book is called Detransition Baby, and the protagonist is a trans woman living in Brooklyn in her 30s, and the action of the story kicks off when her ex, named Ames, who's a trans woman who detransitioned, gets then his boss pregnant. Her name's Katrina, and then proposes to Reese that they raise the baby together as an unconventional family with the three of them. And I'll just say that's just the first chapter. So it goes from there.
Sounds like a beach read to me.
Hello, thank you, echoing Sadiqa, for having us here. And I'm Disha Philia. I'm the author of The Secret Lives of Church Ladies, which is a collection of 9 short stories that looks at the lives of 4 generations of Black Southern women, and looking at the ways that these women grapple to get free of the church's restrictions, hypocrisy, double standards, anything that's holding us back. And all of the characters are not church ladies. Some of them are what I call church lady adjacent. There is a woman in their life who is a church lady who is influential for better or for worse.
Wow. I've read the books and I want to read them again based on those descriptions. So this panel is about mother and daughters, and I'll start with you. We'll go the reverse this time. Tell me about the extent to which the mother-daughter relationship or mother-daughter relationships are the emotional center of your book, or is that just kind of for convenience of the panel you were put here?
No, so as I was pulling together these 9 stories, I had that theme running through my head like a drum beat: Black women, sex, the Black church. And literally right after I hit send on the manuscript and sent it off to the publisher, I thought, wow, there's a lot of mother-daughter stuff in this collection. 6 of the 9 stories, that's a prominent part of the relationships that are depicted. And that was really subconscious. I lost my mother to breast cancer in 2005. That was the defining relationship of my life. And when she passed away, we made peace. We said the things we wanted to say. But a lot can happen in a decade or so. And there were other things, I think, unfinished business that showed up in my stories that I wasn't even aware of. So it was by accident. But I got on this panel, so it worked out.
Writing as catharsis, maybe.
Yes.
Mother-daughter relationships are at the heart of mine, but maybe not as you think of them in a sort of conventional sense. There's sort of two ways it happens. One is I was curious about what does it mean for trans women to be mothers, and is there a place in sort of the nuclear family for trans women? And the way I explored it was in two senses. One is there's a trans woman who desperately wants to be a mother. She wants to raise a baby. And then and the question is how does that work for her and what family? And then the other thing is that amongst trans women, our relationships with each other are oftentimes maternal, in which there are older trans women and then there are younger trans women who transition. They don't know how to live a lot of times. They don't know where to find resources. Sometimes they don't know how to dress, all sorts of things that they need someone else to help them kind of be raised, even though they're sometimes 30 years old and they definitely don't want to be told what to do. But those relationships, we call them mother-daughter relationships in sort of the trans community. And so the question for the main character, Reese, is the difference between being a mother in a biological sense or in a family sense, and the ways that the maternal relationships happen within the book, or in the community, sorry.
When I was thinking of the story Yellow Wife, the very first scene that popped in my head, I'd done research on the book. Yellow Wife is loosely inspired by Mary Lumpkin. And she was an enslaved woman who I discovered while walking the slave trail in Richmond, Virginia. I grew up in Philadelphia, and I just happened to move to Richmond, which is a long story, and I'll tell you guys that later. But I happened to be on the Richmond slave trail by accident, and I discovered her story, and she was married to a white man who owned the jail. She was described as a black woman, and she was described as a woman who had 5 children with him. And while he was horrible in every sense of the word, they said on the caption that he treated his wife and his children with kindness. And he was described as one of the most despicable men on earth. And I thought, what was it like for Mary Lumpkin? What was that like for her? Was this a marriage of love? Was it a marriage of survival? And what was it like for those 5 children? In Virginia, I live on 3/4 of an acre. And when I was reading about the Lumpkins jail, which is what the story is loosely inspired on, it was a 1/2 acre of land. And on the 1/2 acre, it was their house. It was the jail in which fellow enslaved people were being tortured and punished, and families were being separated. And then there was the tavern. And I kept wondering, what did Mary tell her children? When families were being separated and this was happening in their own backyard, how did she explain that to them? And that was kind of the nucleus of the story kind of taking hold of me. And when I started to write the story under Phoebe Dolores Brown, the very first scene that came to my mind was Phoebe and her mother. And they were in the loom house where they lived, and her mother was whispering stories to her. She was whispering recipes, things that she didn't want Phoebe to forget. And it was such an intimate, strong moment of mother passing down healing and strength to her daughter that I thought, wow, this is exactly where the story needs to begin. And it was just that constant theme that ran through the story. I also felt my grandmothers as I was writing the story, more so than my mother, but I felt their energy and just the energy of women, of our ancestors who didn't really get a chance to tell their story, that no one gave them license or space. And so it was really important for me to incorporate that in Yellow Wife.
I actually have questions for all of you. I'll actually start with you, Tori. One line that early on in the novel that stuck out for me was, I think you write something along the lines of the notion of unconditional maternal love falls short in the trans community, which was really piercing. I'd love for you to talk to that a little bit.
Well, I think that was from the point of view of Reese, the woman who wanted to be a mother. And part of it is that I think she has a grass is greener sort of mentality. Like, I think that she's someone for whom she felt very much like, this is my world, the queer community. And that in some ways, like, when you're living in a queer community and there's scarcity and not that many people have jobs, like, you can't always be there for other people. Like, you let people down, things fall apart, and she felt let down a lot by other trans women. And so she had this idea that, like, well, if I could actually have, she saw sort of like everything that's in the media, all these sort of depictions of motherhood that she felt weren't available to her. And if she could only have, if she could have a baby that she could raise, that would love her, that wasn't with like all of the complications and difficulty of like trying to make it like in Brooklyn in this like trans world, it would save her. And so I think she had this like romanticized idea that it would save her. And, that was her point of view. I think that hopefully, well, I don't want to give away the end of the book, but hopefully she learned something, somewhere in the book. And so, but I do think, I related to it myself, that when I was in my 30s, once, I just turned 40, so 3 weeks ago, I had this sense that, I was looking to a lot of cis women around me, and I was looking to see how they found meaning in their 30s. And, a lot of them turned to motherhood to find meaning, and it wasn't available to me. And I had to sort of go through a process, seeing what all these other women I knew did, to basically be like, is there meaning there? Or am I romanticizing it? Would having a child save me in the way that Reese thinks, it would make meaning for my life? And part of why I wrote Reese was to work through that emotionally for myself and for my friends who couldn't have children.
That's beautiful. Disha, you're writing about the relationships between mothers and daughters. As you mentioned, 6 of the 9 short stories in this collection deal with the mother-daughter relationship. But you're also writing about the relationship between people in the church and out of the church, the relationship between people in the church and their God, their priest, their minister. And, you're looking at the hypocrisy and the rhetoric. Mm-hmm. So talk to me about how you came to that. I find that riveting and very entertaining.
Initially, 20 years ago, I started writing about church ladies, except I didn't think of it that way. I thought I was writing about dissatisfied women because I was dissatisfied at that time, but I didn't have the confidence or the courage to write nonfiction about myself. So I had these challenges and these fears and these disappointments and this dissatisfaction. But what was living in my nostalgia and in my imagination were the church women of my youth. And I was so curious about them when I was growing up, how they dressed, how they carried themselves. And then as I was becoming an adolescent and sort of figuring out this whole womanhood question, I would look at them and I knew all the rules, and I was like, did they have sex? Did they like sex? Did they masturbate? Things you couldn't ask Black Southern church women. But it stayed with me. And so when I created this space for myself, I was a stay-at-home mom at the time and had a kid who didn't nap, and that 30 minutes a day was when I could write. And I had my own dissatisfaction, and then I had these memories of these women and the questions I had about them, and it all just kind of collided. And then, of course, as an adult myself, and now seeing the church from an outsider perspective, and looking back and seeing the hypocrisy, and the rules just weren't like confusing. When you're a kid, it's like, well, wait, everybody who's having fun and wearing, tight jeans, they're going to hell? Like, I want to wear tight jeans, but I don't want to go to hell. So, that's a child's eyes view. But then as an adult, I was able to then, see more depth and see more of how harmful the church can be and has been for so many women. I feel like I was spared some of that, but I wondered about the women I watched growing up who, perhaps went decades without being touched, without having any kind of sexual intimacy. What is that like? And, who would make that choice? And how would they secretly get around these restrictions? What might that look like? So it was those kinds of questions and curiosity that
drove it for me.
I love that. And Sadiqa, you opened by talking about the relationship between Phoebe, who's the main character, and her mother, who was teaching her recipes and medicinal, practices that she would later on use. But you also talk about the relationship between Phoebe and her children, and without giving away the novel, in many ways, the novel is her attempt to save her children from some of the horrors she herself witnessed. So you have kind of multiple mother-daughter relationships in the book, and I'm wondering how you tonally made them different in the book. How did you go about that?
I have 3 children of my own, and when I was writing Phoebe's relationship with her children, it was very easy for me to draw on that experience. What would I feel like as an enslaved woman who was suffering and didn't have any agency and couldn't make choices for myself? What would that be like in the relationship? Particularly, I have well, I shouldn't give too much away, but I have a son, and Phoebe has a son. That's not telling you too much. But when I'm listening to the news and I'm seeing the things that Black and brown boys are going through with the police and, everything that happened last summer, it's like I could feel that, and I could feel that in the story that I was trying to tell, because this was something that's been happening for generations and generations and generations. And so I was able to draw from my own personal experience with raising children, and then being informed by the world and how it is for mothers who, we'll move into a neighborhood that we don't necessarily like, but we'll do it for the school district because we want our kids to have better than we have. And so that was always kind of going through my head as I was writing the story, is that as mothers, we constantly make sacrifices for our children. And so it was very natural for Phoebe to do some of the things that she did in the book for her children.
Yeah, I will say, I'm obviously biased, but don't give it away, because this book, the pages turn themselves. And one of the things, we would send books out for blurbs, and we would get blurbs 2 days later, which in my 20 years of publishing, it's really more than that, but I say 20 because if I say the real number, it'll make me crazy. We just got tons and tons of blurbs. I want to talk now about your kind of metaphorical mothers. Who influenced you as writers? Are there any? They don't have to be women, but are there any women writers in particular who, are the North Star for you, or whose spirit can be felt in this book? We'll start with you, Tori.
I think the women writers who sort of showed me how to do this were a bunch of trans women in Brooklyn. I was part of this trans writing scene in Brooklyn in around 2013, and the idea of it was trans women writing for each other, imagining other trans women as an audience. And it's sort of similar to Toni Morrison writing for other Black women, that when you write for other trans women, you don't slow down to explain anything. It can be 100% story instead of stopping to be like, here's what this word means or something. And the other thing that happens is when you write for other trans women, it sets the bar higher, that if I was to talk about hormones or the kind of other things that lots of times I can get, with typical audiences, I can get a good reaction from. If I say to trans women, here's how to do hormones, they'll yawn in my face. And that's actually good, to imagine an audience that's gonna yawn in my face unless I really bring it. So when I thought about who actually showed me how to write, I was imagining, actual women that I know who would usually yawn in my face, and I could just see them, and they showed me not only how to write, but part of how to write was how to live, and I'm really grateful for them.
That's lovely. Disha, what about you?
So usually when I get a question like this, I say Toni Morrison, because she writes unapologetically about Black life, and that's what I wanted to do. She writes about bold Black women who don't always follow societal rules and expectations. But I was just finishing up an essay this morning and sort of remembering that really the seed was planted by Louise Merriweather in her book, Daddy Was a Number Runner, which I started reading in elementary school, and I reread that book over and over all the way through high school. And it is a Black girl coming of age story set in Harlem in 1934. And there's so many things I could say about that book, but to your question, what it did is it said that Black girl stories are worthy.
worthy of being centered, being at the center of our own stories, which sort of sounds like a no-brainer, but it's not. Because if you think about how many stories about Black folks, we're not centered because there's a white savior trope or something like that. But in 1970, Louise Merriweather is writing this coming-of-age novel about a Black girl living in the wake of the Great Depression. And that was a reminder for me that our stories are worthy and we're worthy of being centered in them.
I love that. For this panel, festival, got to interview Jessica Harris, who wrote the book that became High on the Hog, the Netflix documentary, but she talks about being friends with Louise Merriweather and James Baldwin and, all of that, so beautiful. What about you?
So my first thought was Bebe Moore Campbell, because she was a writer who also grew up in Philadelphia and actually was the first person to introduce me to the Vineyard. Was my first time here was as a teenager because of her. And she really showed me what it took to be a writer. She was dedicated and she was serious. And I remember her just kind of like, I had asked her to read a portion of something I was writing, and she said to me, Sadiqa, I would really love to support you at this moment. I can't have anybody else's story in my head. And that really showed me like there has to be boundaries to it. Like when you're working on a book, you have to be like tunnel vision all in. And that was something that she had given me at 16. But when I was younger, I would say Maya Angelou, I was reading her autobiographies in school and I was so into them, my friends would steal my books because they were like, would you get your head out of the book and come outside and jump double dutch with us, So she was like one of the first ones. And then when I read Terry McMillan's Mama, it changed my life. To see Frida, it was like the first time I saw myself on the page. And it was the first time I read a book twice. And so it was that early, just being a reader, I think, as a child, being someone who couldn't be separated from books definitely fueled me. And I found motherhood in all of those authors who fostered me as a reader.
So I'm going to ask another question, and then we have some time for questions. I believe that there's a mic over there and a mic over there. So prepare for questions as we maybe give short answers to this next question. One of the things, and I'll start with you, Sadiqa, is that you all write complicated characters. So the jailer you mentioned, Yellowwife, is based on the true story of the Lumpkin jail, and it was known as the Devil's Half Acre. He was notoriously, in a world in which cruelty was the norm. He was particularly cruel. And yet he is complicated in the book. He is, he's not flat. All of you have characters who, Ames you could be upset at from page 1, but you manage to, understand and empathize. And, Peach Cobbler, I love that story. Peach Cobbler, perfect during peach season. Go get those Gold Bud peaches from Up Island and pay $6 a peach. We can do this. But in Peach Cobbler, the preacher is, he's also complicated. So as a writer, tell us how you manage to write people who are not necessarily likable on the surface, but you kind of endow them with some humanity. I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think I do it by showing them the grace that I hope people would show me in being flawed. I think about the mother in Peach Cobbler. That story is one that was rejected a lot by editors. And whenever they told me why they were rejecting it, they said, we just don't get this mother. What mother would act this way? And so I thought, it's important for me to make sure that we just don't see her, as you said, as flat, as demonized. And so there are moments when we understand why she does what she does, but an explanation is not absolution, And so I think sometimes I try to add those layers, as you said, so they're not flat, but that does not necessarily absolve.
Wonderful.
I think I found my voice in dislikable characters. Like it was through dislikable characters that I was able to find what I wanted to express, and that's because I think I was very afraid of respectability, that I was supposed to represent trans women, and there was a burden to that, so that every time I had any characters, I'd be like, well, this character is dislikable. They can't represent trans women. And when I was basically no, this is a dislikable character. They're going to do messy things that you're not going to agree with, and that trans women themselves are not going to be like, I see myself in that character necessarily. Like, you know, they're definitely like, that's your thing, Tori, not us. And that when I had that kind of freedom to have a dislikable character, I could write these full characters. I could empathize with them. I could see where they went wrong and why they went wrong. And I think if I didn't write characters who were messy and dislikable, they wouldn't come out full.
For me, it was actually really tricky writing the jailer in the book because he is so notoriously cruel. I had to find a layer of humanity in him, and it had to come through love. So I had to pull back different layers of his personality and try and get to the essence of who he was. Who was he before he was, you know, a slave trader? Like, who was he at his core? Who was he as a child? And just kind of opening him up and trying to see like inside of his heart made it a little bit easier. But he was flat for the first couple of drafts. It took maybe 5 drafts before I hit the stride of like who he was. And then it was a matter of kind of towing the line between good and bad and love and hate. And it was complicated. But once I got a groove, it started to fall in place for me.
I don't see anyone at the mics, but I have another question, unless I see someone heading to the mic.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll try to sneak in my question.
Hi, thank you all so much for being here. I'm just curious about your own relationships with your mothers.
I'll go first. Gosh, that hurt my heart a little bit. I was like, oh. So my relationship with my mother is complicated, to say the least. We had, you know, she loves me, and that really is what it matters. And as a mother now, I could see that we're doing the best that we can in that moment, because I'm sure my kids are gonna need like therapy in 5 years, and I think I did the best job possible, you know? And I think that's what I'm learning about my mother as an adult. As a child, I was like, oh, she is not the person who I need her to be. She's not where I need her to be. She's not doing what I need her to be. Why can't I have Felicia Rashad off The Cosby Show? And I'll just leave it at that.
I also would call my relationship with my mother complicated. I'm grateful for all that she did. I think she had a hard time understanding the choices that I made, and that we have different ways of seeing the world, which resulted in different values. But I respect what she did for me, and you know, we go in and out of periods of being close and sometimes not talking, but one of the things I like is a more expansive view of motherhood, that you actually don't only get one mother, and so you can have mothers on TV, you can have mothers amongst your friends, you can have mothers in a lot of different ways, and in that sense, I have a lot of mothers, and a lot of mothers who both take care of me and occasionally tell me, you know, when I'm messing up. And same with my biological mother. I'm grateful for all of them.
I love that story.
So my relationship with my mom was very difficult. As I mentioned, you know, she passed away in 2005, but I miss her every day. And one of the things that happened after she died is something that I hope happens for everybody, which is I started to see my mother as a person and not just as my mother. And she had me when she was 18. And when my oldest daughter turned 18, I burst into tears when I thought about, oh wait, I can't even imagine my child having a child, and thinking, okay, all that happened, she did that as a teenager, and there was never a moment when I wasn't absolutely loved and cared for. So despite everything, that's true.
I have to say, as a former book publisher, I have 2 children, and I always, when we're fighting, I always tell myself, you've never edited a memoir or a novel, or, you know, in which the mother-child relationship is not fraught, and that this too shall pass, or you will get over it, or you will come to an understanding, or what they say right now is not necessarily going to last forever. So it is a complicated thing. We have more questions? Yeah. That was a great question. Thank you.
So this panel is called Mothers and Daughters, not Parents and Children. And I'm interested in hearing what you guys think the role that gender plays in this relationship, because it can be so complicated. On the one hand, there are women who feel very strongly about the fact that they are mothers, and that's different from being a parent. We have different societal expectations. We have, all the data show that mothers do a whole lot more work around the house than fathers, right? But at the same time, we are looking for liberation from what's oppressive in that and questioning whether these, gender binaries even make sense at all. So yeah, I just wanted to hear what you guys thought of the role of womanhood, I guess, in the parent and child relationship that we're talking about.
I can start with that. Because one of the things I wanted to say earlier was that it's significant that mothers and daughters show up in my stories, in particular around religion, because mothers transmit culture and religion in ways that fathers don't. That's part of that gendering. And so even when it's harmful, even when it's patriarchal, even when it's limiting, often we are learning it from our mothers. And so I think that's one way that it matters, and that's one way that it shows up in my stories, and I show characters trying to grapple with that kind of unlearning.
I think about this a lot in terms of the mother relationship as a metaphorical thing, where oftentimes mothers create daughters who they expect to be like them. Fathers don't expect their daughters to be like them, but sometimes fathers expect their sons to be like them. And so in that you should be like me kind of thing creates a whole lot of tensions that are specific to motherhood, kind of hidden competition or disappointment if you turn out different than your mother, if your daughter makes different decisions than you make. And so there's a whole series, I think, of dynamics in the way that you perform that gender, and the way that ends up oftentimes inflecting or influencing or even threatening the mother or the daughter, that don't necessarily show up when those relationships of parenting and being a child are cross-gender.
I think in the story Yellow Wife, Phoebe had a lot of mothers. And so she had her biological mother, someone in the story says, you're lucky to have even known your mother, because those relationships were often separated. And so she was lucky to have that mother, but then she was mothered by the woman who took care of the house and the woman who took care of the kitchen. So she always constantly had someone else that she can turn to that would give her instruction. And I think for enslaved people, it was definitely a little bit different because, it's that drop of blood, the black blood, and most of that came from the mother. And so she was necessarily going to be an enslaved woman because her mother was an enslaved woman. And so there was certain things that her mom had to teach her to prepare her so that when she went out into the world, she knew certain things. One of the things that I love is her mother would tell her, you're a slave in name, but never in your mind. And that was something that Phoebe carried with her throughout the story, and something that she passed on to her own children was that you're a slave in name, but never in your mind. And that gave her a sense of freedom that she wouldn't necessarily have if it wasn't for her mother.
Thank you. Is there another question? So I'll ask a question. You all have had interesting journeys to being published. I know that you, Sadiqa, self-published in the beginning. Tori, I believe you did as well. And the moment found you and you were ready. And then you were published by a university press, this collection of stories that went on. You're an international bestseller, Sadiqa. You're a national bestseller. You've all won prizes. So I'd love to hear a little bit about your journeys to these particular books.
Sure. So I started off, my background was actually in publishing. So I was a publicist for a number of years. I worked on the first 3 Harry Potter books at Scholastic, so all of my books are autographed. That's like my pride and joy. The kids can't touch them. They're on the highest level in my bookshelf. But I thought it was going to be easy because I had a background in publishing. So I was writing every day on the train, and I was closing my door every day at 4 o'clock, working on this novel. I had my son and told my husband, I was like, I'm going to stay home. I'm going to be a New York Times bestseller. I'm going to sell this book, and the rest is history. Well, I got an agent. She wasn't able to sell my book, and I was distraught. So we had to put our heads together and figure out, well, what are we going to do next? Are we going to sit in the corner and cry? Because that's really what I wanted to do. Or are we going to put on our big girl pants and make something happen? So I had to use everything that I learned in publishing to start a small press. And it was not easy. When they say self-publishing, it is all self. So I would call up bookstores and pretend to be the sales manager. And I would use my maiden name. My friends call me Dee. So I'd say, like, hi, this is Dee Murray calling from 12th Street Press. I got this great book for you. You know, could I send you a couple of copies? And it worked. You know, they say, yeah, send me a few copies. We booked ourselves at every single book festival up and down the East Coast. I was at the Harlem Book Festival in like 92 degrees, sweating my makeup off, begging people to buy my first novel. And it worked. I sold 82 copies of the book that day. And we thought, okay, if we could reach people just by going out into the street, eventually has to catch fire. And it did. I won the Phyllis Wheatley Award. My editor for my first novel then became my agent. And she went to the publishing houses again with my second novel. And I went from the girl who nobody wanted to publish to having 3 offers on the table. And if I can impart anything, and anyone who wants to be a writer out there today, that this is not for the faint of heart. This is not a short game. This is a long haul, and you really have to put everything into it.
Yeah, I really admire the way that all of us here have been working at this for a while. My own story was that because I was part of this trans writing scene out of Brooklyn, where we prioritize trans audiences, when we went to like publishing companies, they were like, trans audiences, like what's that, like 1.01% of the population, like who's going to buy this? And so as a result, we were like, well, we think this is important. We think it shapes the aesthetics of the books. So we're just going to publish it ourselves, and we're not going to worry about the publishing companies. And so there was a press in Brooklyn that we started that we were out publishing for each other, and the whole thing kind of imploded. You know, when a lot of people have scarcity in their lives and they're trying to make things meet, and there's only one press, and there's only a certain amount of work, it creates a lot of infighting. So the scene kind of imploded around this press, and there was a lot of acrimony. And so I had this idea that, all right, I'm going to take the skills that we had with the press, and I'm going to write these little novellas to illustrate, here's how you can write a novella. And I'm going to say that any trans girl who wants can have access to my Adobe account, to InDesign. Here's how to typeset a book. We'll all just publish books amongst each other. And it was very ideological, kind of dreamy that I had. But in the end, I published 2 novellas to prove that this was going to happen. And nobody took me up on my offer, to be honest. I think that people wanted the imprimatur of a press. But what happened in the intervening years between when I published those 2 novellas is that they became sort of these cult favorites in Brooklyn. They started getting passed around hand to hand, and they had their own reputation. And then just as I was finishing this novella, it turned out that reputation reached the publishing companies that had rejected wanting exactly that aesthetic 5-7 years earlier. And they were like, and this time, because I had this audience, I had the reputation, they let me publish the book, not entirely on my terms, but in the way that I said would work, and they believed me.
Love that.
I had an agent from my co-parenting book, which I wrote with my ex-husband, and she managed my expectations when it came to the short story collection. And there were certain things that she told me that, people tell writers all the time, short story collections do not sell. And it was a debut. It's a little tiny book. I didn't have a lot of expectations for the book. And when she sent it out, we just started collecting the rejections from all of the big publishers. And but what I like to tell writers is all you need is one yes. That's it. You just need one yes. And my one yes came from West Virginia University Press. They were enthusiastic about the book. It was also a lesson in how all of this is very subjective. There were some rejections that I got that was like, this needs way too much work. And honestly, it did not need a lot of work. It was not heavily edited when it was in-house at West Virginia University Press. It's a matter of taste in some cases, or timing, or magic, or luck, or whatever. But you just need that one yes. And so I'm hoping that the success of this book changes the conversation around short stories, because they do sell. My collection was not the only one last year that was well received. So sometimes something different happens, and publishing responds. You know how it goes.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. We actually have to wrap up, but we'll just do one rapid fire round. I know what I've loved. What social media has allowed authors to do is to support each other and to bypass. When I first got into publishing, it was NPR, it was the New York Times, and People magazine. And if you didn't get one of those, if you got all three, you were going to be a bestseller, or you were going to get a lot of critical acclaim. But if you didn't get those, you were kind of, out. So what I love is how much you authors are supporting each other online. You are always posting about other books and other authors and books you've enjoyed. So I'd love for you each to say right now what book you are in love with, or we'll read next.
I'll start with what I just finished, which was The Other Black Girl by Zakiya Harris, which, because I worked in publishing, oh my gosh, it ripped off all kinds of Band-Aids and wounds that I thought were okay. So that's what I just got finished reading. I actually have the wonderful fortune now that I get to read books before they come out. So I'm currently reading Carolina Built by an author for a book that's coming out next year.
I always talk about this book, Time is a Thing That a Body Moves Through, by T. Fleischman, which is on Coffee House Press, which is a smaller press. And it's a book that's it's by a non-binary author who's just got like an incredibly beautiful way of not only using words, but of seeing the world. And it's a book that I know I'll be able to read 10 years from now and be as moved as I was every other time that I've read it.
I finished reading one of Dawn's books, Yonder by Jabari Asim. Got an advanced copy of that. And I just got my hands on Gail Jones's book, which is her first book in 20 years. And I hope I get the title right, Palmares or Palmeras, do you know?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, all right. But it's her first novel in 20 years.
I did not cue that question up. Sue Ellen, did you hear that though? You guys have been such a great audience. I want to thank you all. Sadiqa Johnson, Yellow Wife is amazing. Yes. The Secret Lives of Church Ladies, Disha Filia. You should get this. They're both such quick reads. And this, you heard the plot. It's such a great read. Detransition Baby, Tori Peters. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
So many thanks to our panelists and moderator. As I said earlier, just due to precautions, we need to clear the tent. But our next panel is actually at 3:15, so don't go too far away. But you do need to step out for a few minutes. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. Everybody, thank you for coming. Thanks for staying around for the panel. The panel is Our Political Future with Adam Gentleson, John Judas, Congressman Andy Levin, and moderator Mara Liasson. We're delighted to be able to do a panel on politics, and when Andy texted me and said he would be on the island, I knew we had the perfect political panel, the dream team to complete an excellent discussion on what's happening in politics today. Indeed, some of you know that we have Senator Amy Klobuchar on Sunday, but we may not have Senator Amy Klobuchar because of the infrastructure bill in the Senate. So we may end up having to do something that's remote with her in Washington and Cecilia Kang interviewing her from here. So it's a little bit more complicated, but we will make it work. Anyway, just a few items to go over. We have a 6 o'clock panel on journalism that in many ways builds on this panel, The Future of Journalism. It's part of the 175th anniversary of the Vineyard Gazette. So we will both be celebrating them as well as discussing what's happening in the future of journalism. As this is the last panel of the day here, of the daytime, I wanted to particularly acknowledge the beautiful space that we're in, the Martha's Vineyard Museum. This is our first time here, and how can you beat that view? I'm afraid when you come to Chilmark tomorrow, when you're looking at the tennis court and the basketball court, you're gonna think we're a little shabby, but at least for one day. So do buy the books. If you didn't get the books, the complete package in your ticket, you can buy the books over right there at the book sales tent. We, as it turns out, over-purchased lunches, and rather than have them go to waste, we encourage each of you to pick up a complimentary lunch before you go home. And then I just wanted to mention that we do have the book bags on sale. There's water over there, so make sure you're hydrated. And some of you, I assume, are staying around for the 6 o'clock panel, and we'll look forward to seeing you then. Turning to Mara Liasson. Mara Liasson is a national political correspondent for NPR. Her reports can be heard regularly on NPR's award-winning news magazine programs, Morning Edition and All Things Considered. Liasson provides extensive coverage of politics and policy from Washington, D.C., but she also happens to spend some time on Martha's Vineyard. We're delighted she does. She focuses on the White House and Congress. Prior to her current assignment, Liasson was NPR's White House correspondent for all 8 years of the Clinton administration. Before joining NPR, Liasson was a freelance radio and television reporter in San Francisco. She was also managing editor and anchor of California Edition, a California Public Radio nightly news program. And most importantly, she was a print journalist for the Vineyard Gazette. So everything comes back to home.
That's what they're looking for. All right.
And that's the reason we invited her. So Mara, I will
thank you.
turn it over to you. And I thank you all for being here, and I thank Andy especially.
Well, thank you very much. It's so nice to be here. Not necessarily back here. I spent 13 months here during COVID with my family. I'm doing everything virtually. And I am the national political correspondent for National Public Radio, and I just want to say that covering politics is a lesson in humility, because every single day you learn that all the things you thought you knew were wrong. And I'm really thrilled to be able to moderate this panel, because I've had the pleasure of interviewing Adam, or having John's work influence my reporting for many, many years, or having Andy on the panel, someone that I met here on the island in Shul with his dad. So we're going to broaden this out. This isn't just the future of American politics. This is kind of the future, as in who's going to win the midterms. It's the future of American democracy. And I'm going to read the bios of our panelists and then get us started. Adam Gentleson, at the end, Executive Director of the Progressive War Room Battleborn Collective, which I learned is what Nevada's
State
slogan.
motto, that's right.
Because, of course, he was Deputy Chief of Staff to Senator Harry Reid. He was a senior advisor on political, legislative, and communication strategy through all the fights of the Obama years. His work has been cited as influencing the debate over reforming the filibuster in the Senate and motivating Democrats to be aggressive. In addition to the New York Times, Gentleson's writing has appeared in the Washington Post, Politico, and GQ. He is here at the festival with his new book, Kill Switch, The Rise of the Modern Senate and the Crippling of American Democracy. Strong letter to follow. And you can buy it here. John Judas, we only have orange books on this panel. John Judas is the editor-at-large at Talking Points Memo. He's a former senior writer at the National Journal, former senior national editor at the New Republic. He is the author of many, many books, including The Populist Explosion, The Nationalist Revival, and The Socialist Awakening, which he has combined and updated in one. This is a 3, you get 3 for the price of 1 if you buy this book. He also wrote a very important but much misunderstood book called The Emerging Democratic Majority in 2002, which we will definitely talk about. And Congressman Andy Levin. He is here on the panel, along with me, to provide some balance. Neither of us has written a book. But you have to have some non-book writers to balance this panel. He is obviously Congressman from Michigan. What the Levins are doing on Martha's Vineyard is a whole other story. You can ask them later. He's a union organizer, human rights activist, workforce policy expert, and green energy entrepreneur. Congressman Andy Levin has spent his career fighting for an equitable and inclusive future for all people. He serves Michigan's 9th Congressional District. His work on immigration and labor have been combined in such work as Assistant Director of Organizing at the National AFL-CIO, Michigan's No Work Left Behind, and Michigan's Green Job Initiative. He's also the founder of Levin Energy Partners, LLC, which is an entrepreneurial force to help shape Michigan's and America's energy future. I just want to start the discussion by saying that we have had, for the last 4 or 5 years, what is basically a stress test on democratic institutions. And they survived by the skin of their teeth, but maybe not much more than that. And it's not just the Trump administration, it's post-Trump, January 6th, the attack on the Capitol by American insurrectionists, not a foreign power. And now the widespread effort to turn January 6th into either a patriotic protest that just got out of hand or something that should be ignored. And then you have the effort of Republican legislators in battleground states, not just to partisan gerrymander or make it harder for Democratic-leaning voters to cast a ballot, but actually making it easier for partisan legislatures to take control of the election machinery, put their thumb on the scale of election results to increase the chances that Republicans will never lose a close race. So is this just normal partisanship? Would Democrats do the exact same thing? Or is this something more and something more dangerous, constitutional hardball that actually undermines the fabric of democracy? So I'd just like to start this panel by asking each of our panelists to talk about something that makes you optimistic or pessimistic about the future of American democracy, or maybe you have something in each column. Adam, why don't you start?
Sure. Thanks, Mara, and thank you all for being here. It's really a pleasure. So I think I'll give one thing that makes me both optimistic and pessimistic for the sake of efficiency. So I would say this moment we're in now, where it seems that the Senate is on track to pass a bipartisan infrastructure bill, which will likely pave the way for a larger reconciliation bill. The jobs report that came out today was very healthy, just an all-around great report showing the economy is booming. And then I think David Brooks wrote a column today that sort of captured this sort of under the whole heading that the system seems to be working. So I think the reason I think that is cause for both optimism and pessimism is that the optimism is obvious that this Biden seems to be delivering on this promise that he is going to be able to make the system work, to restore bipartisanship, to deliver on his campaign promises to make the economy boom and provide jobs. And this validates the idea that the system is fundamentally healthy and can work. That's the cause for optimism. The cause for pessimism is that it's a facade, and that we are experiencing this moment where the infrastructure, the bipartisan piece of the infrastructure bill is great, but really is, sort of a glorified highway appropriations bill, and its real significance is in paving the way to pass a much larger, approximately $3 trillion bill, $3 trillion spending bill along reconciliation through non-traditional means. Most of what Biden has passed so far was in the American Rescue Plan, which was passed through reconciliation and non-traditional means. His nominees are being confirmed smoothly, but only because Democrats reformed the filibuster in 2013 to allow them to avoid filibusters. So the fact that the idea that the system is working may not be true, and may sort of reputationally refresh Republicans, McConnell, and dig Democrats, recalcitrant Democrats, further in against the reforms that are probably necessary to fix the system and to decrease some of the entrenched institutional advantages that conservatives now enjoy. So I think where we go from here, whether this ends up being a cause for optimism or pessimism, largely depends on where the Biden administration decides to go. But I think if we go all in on the idea that this shows that the system is working, we may find, once it's too late, that wasn't really true, that the system does have these fundamental flaws that are going to really hurt the status of our democracy in the next few years.
Right, and we'll drill down on some of those fundamental flaws in a minute. But John?
Okay, I'm going to give a somewhat broader view. Try to take a look at what the forces are that are provoking this crisis of democracy that we're having now. If you think about the last 30 or 40 years, what we've had really is a breakdown of a whole set of assumptions that governed policy and governed the relationship between government and the economy, and between the United States and other countries. I'm thinking about the ideas of free markets, virtually, again, borders that are, again, not open, but somewhat that way, unregulated finance, optimism about China and Russia joining a new world economy governed by the WTO. All that really has come crashing down. And the question is where we go from there. And just again, to focus on the relationship between government and economy, because this is sort of where democracy is going to come down. I don't want to get into the Hitler thing with you, but the last time this really happened in a dramatic way globally was the late 1920s, the end of the gold standard, the end of all the dreams about laissez-faire in the United States with Coolidge Hoover. And you saw the economies of the U.S. and Western Europe going in two very different directions. United States, New Deal liberalism, to the left. Europe, Central Europe, fascism. What both those, again, had in common was a much more ambitious relationship between government and the economy. And I think that's, again, if you look at what's happened in Washington over the last 2 years in the face of the pandemic and the recession, and what's happening with these bills now, really it's changing dramatically what the relationship between government is taking a much more activist role. But the question is what form that's going to take politically, and whether it's going to be, again, to my astonishment, Biden, again, really has become a kind of remembrance of the New Deal on the left, or whether it's going to take a more Trumpian, Josh Hawley, you have a version on the right that's much more intolerant of minorities, makes it very hard for unions. So that's really the question. Just one other thing. What happens, again, in the 30s was U.S. goes left, Central Europe right, and France and England kind of really muddle along. They alternate between left and right. Nothing's resolved. That's what I kind of fear is going to happen in the United States, and that we're going to have what Walter Dean Burnham, my mentor as political scientist, called unstable equilibrium. And what I'd look for again in terms of that is the 2022, obviously, in 2024. What I fear again is we're just going to have an alteration for a while until the next big crisis hits, and we're not going to deal with the real systematic problems that face us in the view of the disintegration of all these assumptions that held us captive from, let's say, 1980 through until the Great Recession. So that's my view of the larger forces that frame the question of democracy.
So how does that look from the 9th District of Michigan?
Yeah, so let me get grounded here. I don't really believe in optimism and pessimism. I'm an organizer, so I believe in putting people in motion and fighting for progressive change. So that's who I am in Congress. And that's, I started off when I started reading John in the early 80s, helping healthcare workers form unions, overwhelmingly women, disproportionately women of color. And really what's happened in this country, just picking up right on where John left off, is for the last 40 years, the working class and working people have gotten the short end of the stick. Their lives are super stressful. They live paycheck to paycheck. They have virtually no savings. They can't, young people can't get married. They can't buy a house. They can't send their kids to college. And if they have a tremendous amount of student debt. And this is how you get at Trump. But yes, there's racism and xenophobia that have been part of our country since before we were a country, and that's absolutely foundational in that. But the reason that I'm a little bit hopeful, Mara, is that we are operating on a level of ambition to actually deliver for the people. Just imagine a $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that we passed without one Republican vote in the Senate or the House. And now, as Adam said, we're working on this bipartisan plan, and I'm not against it. I say, fine. This is, Joe Biden has decades of being this bipartisan guy, go for it. But it's completely inadequate. It's completely inadequate to help women participate in the economy fully. It's completely inadequate to deal with climate change, all our big problems. So can we pull it off? A $3.5 trillion, actually, a $3.5 trillion package. So it is Rooseveltian in scale if we pass a total of something like $6 trillion of between so really the bipartisan package is $550 billion of new money, plus 4.5, plus let's call it 2. Is that 7? I mean, anyway, I can't even count. It's
That's
big
a
stuff.
lot of dollars.
It's a lot of dollars. So I feel like the only chance that we can forestall pretty much political disaster in 2022, and I feel like the analogies to Germany in the late 20s and early 30s are not misplaced, and be scared about our democracy. I was there on January 6th. And the idea, you thought, okay, well, that's it, right? Didn't you think that? That's it. That's so outrageous. But they just pick up and keep going in the big lie. So we've got to actually deliver for the American people right now. And stay tuned, because it's not going to be easy to deliver every single Democratic vote in the Senate and almost every single Democratic vote in the House, because our margin is so thin, to pass this huge package that includes free universal daycare, pre-K, free community college, and a lot else besides. So we're in there fighting, Mara, but the outcome is very uncertain.
Well, let me ask you a question, because the assumption of that is if you deliver, first of all, delivering in and of itself is worth it, okay? It can make people's lives better. But the assumption behind what Andy's talking about is that if you deliver, you will be rewarded politically. What if that assumption is wrong? You've got lots of polling that shows people have no idea who is responsible for them getting their $300 per child whatever we're calling it, child tax allowance, whatever, and they have no idea that the Democrats, are the ones who got the vaccine program up and running. What if we are so tribal that delivering for the American people does not bring the party that did it any political benefit? And one of the things that I've noticed that has marked our politics for the last 5 years is a failure of imagination. The people who believe in norms and rules and the way things should work often have a failure of imagination because they can't imagine that there's actually no bottom. Just like you said, January 6th, that was it. It should have, nope. No, now we're into saying that January 6th was actually a loving, patriotic protest gone awry. So I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should operate on the assumption that it won't matter. Maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised in November of 2022 as Democrats that it did turn out to matter and voters rewarded people for passing popular things. But there's a lot of evidence that it won't. There are polls showing that while the individual policies that are being passed are broadly bipartisan and have the support of 60-70% of the American people, Biden himself is much closer to 50%, in some cases below it. So even though people like what he is passing, he is not being rewarded with additional support for passing those things. There's awareness, there's the breaking through in a media-saturated environment. That's always challenging. And there's also something that people call thermostatic polarization, which is that once it's a thermostat, and so people react in the opposite direction of what the country is doing. And so if you associate, and that often tracks with parties and party leaders. So if you tell them, what is being passed is universal childcare, they'll say, I love universal childcare, and you'll get a 66% reading on a poll of how popular universal childcare is. But then you attach it to Biden, people then polarize back into their tribes, and so support.
That was true with Obamacare.
Exactly. That's
when you said, here's what we're giving you, yay, it's called Obamacare.
Yeah.
Boo.
And I think, hopefully Democrats are rewarded. I think what you said is right. You should pass it because it's good policy and will improve people's lives. But look, Obama delivered a lot of policy achievements in 2009 and 2010, and then Democrats went on to lose 63 seats in the House and 7 in the Senate in the 2010 midterms. So there's just not much evidence that you do get rewarded on the scale that will be necessary to withstand the historical forces that say that Democrats are highly likely to lose seats in the 2022 midterms. So I think you have to operate on the assumption that it will take more. It will take structural reforms. It will take voting rights legislation. It will take anti-gerrymandering proposals to counter the forces that are working.
Well, let's talk about some of those things. I did a series on NPR where Adam was in it about the difference between minority rights, as in rights for the minority party, versus minority rule. Our American system is based on minority rights, but when it turns into minority rule, people feel that's unfair. You cannot make an intellectual argument that the guy with the fewer votes should become the president. It's just second graders just will not accept that. So.
But we do it.
But we do it. Because we don't elect our presidents by popular vote, we elect them by a winner-take-all state-by-state system. So how much of a danger do you think the kind of growing, what you could call minoritarianism or counter-majoritarianism is in our country right now? We've got partisan gerrymandering to the extent that Republicans in Wisconsin can win 48% of the statewide vote and still get 60% of the seats in the state legislature. You have something like Democrats in the Senate. Remember, we're 50-50, but Democrats in the Senate represent 40 million people, more than Republicans. And obviously, twice in the last 20 years, the guy with the fewer votes became the president. I don't know how many more times we can have something like that before the system falls apart. But let's start with Andy, because look, you're an elected representative, and I know you're in a safe blue seat, but, okay, is this something that you are concerned about?
Well, we'll leave my seat out of it, but we face redistricting. Michigan's losing a seat, and happily we got rid of partisan gerrymandering by passing a statewide initiative called Voters Not Politicians. So we will have a citizen commission like we should have in every state do the redistricting, but then my own, I'm kind of off in a corner and I could get redistricted into a impossible situation. So stay tuned about that. More broadly, I don't think we can survive as a democracy if we don't stop this voter suppression and this attempt to all these bills going around the states not only amount to voter suppression, they also include language where if the state legislatures don't like the outcome, they can just change it too. So overturning democratic
And it's perfectly
elections.
legal.
But that would be the end of our
Yeah.
232-year experiment
Yeah.
with democracy if you want to start from when Congress started. So I think it's crucial. And it's not just in the South. So just passing the John Lewis Act, what we call H.R. 4, wouldn't be enough because states like Michigan and Iowa, which has already passed this stuff, aren't subject to supervision under the Voting Rights Act. So we have to pass at least significant parts of the For the People Act, H.R. 1 in the House, S1 in the Senate. And I don't know whether, some people argue that's the key to 2022. Some people argue delivering for people is the key. Obviously, we need to try to do both. And so the Senate has to get in motion and pass something. I assume it may be something that is stripped down from the big, humongous bill that H.R. 1 and S1 is. We don't have time to talk about all the details of it, but it has public financing of campaigns. It has ending revolving doors. It has sunshine. I've got an...
DC
It has
statehood.
voter
DC
ID.
statehood, voter,
Because
election day
it's
being
the
a
Joe
national
Manchin
holiday.
bill.
Well, but we need something that Joe Manchin of 2021 will go for, and God knows what that is. But whatever it is, I'm for it. John?
Adam, oh,
Well, I'll let me go back to what Adam was talking about the, what would make it possible for the Democrats to win or not win in 2022 and 24. Because, look, on the economic stuff, I think that I'm much less critical, believe it or not, of what they're doing than you guys are. I was very happy with the competitiveness bill that the Senate passed, and it's universal broadband, all this stuff. I think that's very important. And, Biden's making a real effort. So that's one thing. Pandemic. Is he going to be able to control the pandemic? Much more worried there about how they're dealing with the Delta thing and how the CDC is doing it, and the criticism starting to emerge of that. The third thing is thematic and the image of the parties. And both parties right now have extremes. On the Republican Party, you get the Trump extreme. Democratic Party, you get the defund the police. I don't want to get into the whole debate, but more the 1619, the view that race is the most fundamental question. You get in both parties, in other words, things that the other side can take advantage of. A lot of the reason the Democrats won Georgia, won those 2 Senate seats, was because Trump became salient. He went down there and really screwed the candidates with all his stop the steal. So I think a lot in 2022 and 2024 is going to be on what part of that becomes salient. Because if people are worried about Trump again, plus they see Biden again doing economic things and doing all right with the pandemic, I think there is an actual chance that the Democrats will do okay. If not, Democrats are going to be in trouble. So that's,
Adam, you spend like 22 hours of every day thinking about this.
Well, yeah, and I just want to be. I also have a very high opinion of the things that they're passing. I just think it might not matter.
Well, talk
an
about this
electoral
other
scenario.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think that, look, I think in the past 100 years, the out party, the party that's not in the White House, or rather the party that's in the White House, has lost seats in the midterms every time except for 3 cycles in the last 100 years. So you're betting against historical trends to think that Democrats will pick up seats, and and frankly, one of the most recent time that happened, where the party in power managed to gain seats in the midterms, was 1998, when Democrats gained seats. But an analysis that I read recently by David Shore, who's a big leading data analyst, showed that if Democrats win the same proportion of the national vote in 2022 as they won in 1998, when they managed to retain seats, they would still lose the House because of gerrymandering.
That's what partisan gerrymandering.
So you have to outperform historical trends, not just slightly, but massively, and that's just a reality. And so I am hopeful that all of this great stuff that they are passing will cause Democrats to be rewarded at the polls in 2022. But you have historical trends that suggest that's not going to happen, and then you also have the fact that there's probably close to a calendar year in between when they're going to pass most of their stuff and when the elections happen, and that's a long time for other things to become salient, as John said. So you've just got a lot working against you, and I think that is why I agree with Congressman Levin that we need to pass really good things, but we also have to pass structural reforms to go directly at the causes of this imbalance that is putting Democrats sort of behind the 8 ball when it comes to the midterms.
Well, let's talk about the structural reforms, because, as that really great musical Hamilton said, you don't have the votes. And one of the things that was the most important stories of 2020, of course, it got kind of overlooked because Joe Biden won, Donald Trump didn't win. A couple months later, the Democrats won the Senate by the skin of their teeth. Democrats did terrible in 2020. Down ballot, below the presidential race, they lost they didn't win, pick up seats in Congress or state legislatures, and it wasn't for lack of trying. Barack Obama and Eric Holder spent tremendous amounts of time raising lots of money. This was the year that Democrats told us they weren't going to ignore down ballot races. Everyone was surprised. Republicans were shocked. They thought they were going to lose more seats in the House, and they were prepared for losing seats on the state legislature level. The reason why these laws, these voter suppression and partisan takeover of the electoral machinery is happening is because in places like Arizona and Georgia and Texas, there aren't Democratic votes in the state legislature to stop them. So Democrats have to win more elections in order to make these structural reforms. Joe Manchin would not be the most important guy in the Senate if you had 2 more, right? Or even one, maybe even one more. So just since we are in our blue cocoon here, and we're not, we don't have a diverse panel, ideologically, let's just talk otherwise. Let's just talk about what Democrats need to do to win races when their policy proposals are not just popular, extraordinarily popular. Some of these are polled like 2 to 1. And yes, there are all sorts of barriers, partisan gerrymandering. There's tons and tons of structural barriers. Plus, there's the whole system of minoritarian institutions that work against them. But the bottom line is Democrats did really poorly in 2020.
Defund the police got a lot of attention in the post-election analyses, but I think when you dig deeper, one of a cause that I think was even more important was the lack of a sharp economic message. And this is, I think, defund the police is in a lot of ways a distraction from that. I think there was some very conventional messaging around, healthcare worked for Democrats in 2018, so they just tried to rerun the playbook and focus on healthcare messaging in 2020. Healthcare was very salient, as John said, in 2018 because Republicans were in control of Congress and trying to take it away from people, and so that gave it a saliency that it didn't have in 2020. So I think that making some difficult choices among Democrats about a sharper economic message that might have to go a little more aggressive than some of the party are comfortable with would probably be a smart idea.
Do you want to go?
Well, on the election stuff, I was appalled by that HR1 with all the 900-page bill to reform the thing. My view, Sunday voting or making Election Day a holiday would solve 100 problems, because a lot of the things even that the Republicans are doing now, and I'm not including that state legislature stuff, which I would hope the courts would throw out. A lot of the stuff is retrospective. I mean, you can't do mail-in voting 4 weeks in advance. A lot of it, was from the pandemic era. They're fighting the last war. And there's, some considerable support for some kind of voter ID. So some very simple thing like that, that even if the Democrats were to lose, would be popular and would at least make the point. That would be the direction I'd go on the voting and structural thing, because you're not going to get the big bills. Maybe the John Lewis bill, but not the major reform that the Democrats are looking for.
So I feel like people almost always get political predictions wrong, and I've been doing this since I was a little kid, before I remember, because my dad, who's here, Congressman Sandy Levin, he became a state senator when I was 4, so I don't remember at all of his elections. But let's talk about what actually happened in 2020, Mara, in Michigan. For example, we lost those state legislative races because so many people turned out for Donald Trump. That's just it. Now, this is a little complicated, right? Because Trump won Michigan in 2016 by 14 times less than Biden won it in 2020. So their thing of like, Trump really won and this was stolen, it's absurd, right? But still, so you got to hold that thought, right? Biden won Michigan convincingly. Okay, hold on to that. At the same time, Trump got more votes than anybody ever got in Michigan besides Joe Biden in 2020. So around the state, in a county commission race, in a state legislative race, they swamped a lot of our candidates. Donald Trump is not on the ballot in 2022. Plus, the Republican Party is, are they in disarray? Are they in civil war? What is going on? That's a whole thing we won't talk much about, but I think it could actually have a huge impact on the election, because there's I guess what happened to talking about suburban women and college-educated women? Anyway, a lot of where I live, which was Republican territory, a lot of my district, the wealthier parts of it, which is now all Democratic, and the working class side is all Trump. It's woo. But anyway, Mara, those people aren't going to vote for if they put up super Trumpy candidates for state legislature or anything else. So I think it's very hard to predict. And finally, let me just say that, yes, Adam, we're passing, hopefully, we haven't passed this stuff yet, but hopefully we're passing it kind of early, right, if we get this done this fall. But it goes to what both of you have said. We have to get out there subsequently and crank on this. Every 15th of every month, we should be with a different set of parents who are getting $300 a kid every month to raise their families, right? And if we pass the rest of it, we'll have a lot of other things like that. And I think Democrats both haven't had a sharp message, but also just haven't been effective at connecting emotionally with people about these issues. So I think a lot hangs on that as well.
We're going to open it up. Okay, we're going to open it up to questions. Okay. I promise. Go ahead.
Just one other thing. I used to cover a lot of those little elections, the state legislature and stuff. And the key things for Democrats in many of the states was the labor movement. And you can see what happened in Wisconsin after 2011. A lot of the enduring victories of the Republicans in the state races is because, that was the infrastructure of the Democratic Party on a local level. Republicans have chambers of commerce, NRA clubs, which, leave aside the NRA at the top, those are very important, and churches. And those bring out the vote in a lot of those little state elections.
And social media.
Yeah. We don't, the Democrats are starting to do it, but a lot of, indivisible things like that, but we don't, that's a lot of the problem that Democrats are having. And it's institutional, it's a lack of.
So Mara, I have to just say that how much I agree with John. More than voting rights legislation and more than delivering on these individual economic things, the number one structural thing we could do to save our democracy is to restore the freedom to form unions and bargain collectively in this country. And that's my, that's my number one legislative priority.
Is that the PRO Act?
The PRO Act. We got to pass the PRO Act.
So we'll keep on talking, but we really want to get you into the discussion. So if anybody has a question or a comment, I forget what the format is. Are
There's
there
microphones,
Yes,
I
there are
see.
the microphones. So please go
In
up
each
to the
aisle,
mics.
it looks like.
Yes.
One there and
Yeah,
one
you
there.
don't have to walk very far. Yeah, but I think that the point about the every 15th of every month, there should have been, the check should have been publisher clearinghouse size. You know, with a balloon, with a bouquet of balloons attached to them.
They
Go
mostly
ahead.
just go into your bank
Yeah,
account.
right,
actually.
that's the problem, yeah.
Lot to say, great ideas out there. But I'm surprised no one has said that it's what Stacey Abrams did in organizing in Georgia that made the real difference, not just Trump coming there. And I was in the state of South Carolina and saw one of the best run campaigns in advertising I've ever seen yet. Jamie Harrison lost just as badly as anybody else ever has this run. And yet in Georgia, which I didn't expect because of Stacey Abrams organizing and door to door, that kind of that made the difference. And I think that's what it's got to take in South Carolina. But I was working with her in 2011 on the redistricting, and she was starting at that then. And that's what the Republicans have done to get the state legislatures in the other states. So I don't know how you say it, but isn't this important? You're an organizer. You were an organizer. Organizing and getting people prepared for how important democracy is, to be at that ground level working it, all the way from the school boards to the 2020 elections, 22 elections, to the presidential. It's so critical. And I don't think people make the connection between voting and everything else that goes on in their life. They just don't.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. And I think, one of the things, Mara mentioned some of the national groups that had formed to support state level voting efforts. Oftentimes there's too much sort of top-down direction from Washington. And what you had in Georgia was Stacey Abrams and her groups were given the ability to do it themselves, and the national organizations and a lot of the funding followed their model and followed their advice. So when you allow organizers on the ground to lead, and you have a national structure that's willing to devote resources but not insist on doing it their way, but rather will actually listen to the people on the ground who are in the communities doing the work, that is a model for success. You have some states where that happens. Georgia's one. Nevada, where Senator Reid built a similar machine, was one where it's been very successful. But that is crucial, funding it from the ground up and letting the local leaders take
And
over.
Jamie Harrison has a pretty good perch to apply all those lessons, because now he's the head of the DNC. Yeah, if he learned them. Yeah.
Georgia, I just want to say one thing about it, just a factual matter. David Perdue came within like 10 votes of getting a majority in that state in the regular election. Things changed from whatever it was, November 6th to January whatever.
5th, yeah.
The key change was in those suburbs outside of Atlanta. It wasn't in Atlanta, and it was upscale. It wasn't all white. It was multicultural. But again, I think a lot of that was Trump. And I'm not, again, Stacey Abrams did a great job, but I'm just reinforcing the importance of Trump and the radical right being salient in elections and how much that helped the Democrats.
One other point that I'd make is that when you look at the margins between Warnock and Ossoff, Ossoff was the candidate who folks in Washington D.C. recruited more aggressively, but Warnock was the one who dragged him across the finish line.
Yeah, I think.
And Warnock outperformed Ossoff, and Ossoff probably would not have won if it wasn't for Warnock.
And he got the 6-year seat.
And then Ossoff gets
Well,
the 6-year
that's
seat, and
better.
Warnock has to run again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
tricky, but I think listening to folks on the ground about who the type of candidates that they should run. I mean, I remember when we ran Michelle Nunn in Georgia in 2014, and she got crushed. I mean, I think DC has a certain idea of a type of candidate who succeeds, but I think Ossoff fit that model. Warnock did not, but then Warnock ended up outperforming Ossoff.
Are you getting this theme here? Everything people thought they knew was wrong. Over and over again.
I just want to sweep all cynicism aside and say that Stacey Abrams is a hero
Yes.
of mine and all of ours. And and not in part because of how much she empowered. Not only is she an amazing organizer in the operation she built, but she empowered others. So Asian American turnout in Georgia was like a record on January 5th. So that is huge. And just personally, what I'm doing is I don't know what you call this. Almost every state has something like this. In Michigan, we have precinct delegates. We voted a precinct, that's what we call it. Many states use that terminology. And each party, both parties, elect a certain number of people in every precinct based on how many people vote in that precinct. And they don't, what are they, right? That's a whole thing. But I said in Michigan, because of some of the reforms, I don't really remember whether the Howard Dean era reforms or Bernie reforms. Anyway, they lost their power. They used to elect the delegates to the county party who elected the delegates to the state party convention. Anyway, I said, I don't care how little power they have. There's 800 slots for Democratic precinct delegates in Michigan's 9th district. Like the rest of Michigan, and I think the country, maybe 30% of them are ever filled. I'm trying to fill 100% of those slots with an army of people ready to save our democracy. So.
Hi. My question is, what do you think is more dangerous to our democracy, the radical left or the radical right?
These are the wrong people to ask.
Yeah.
Good question.
The radical right, it's pretty clear, and that's, there's a lot of history behind that. The radical left is pretty much, I call it Greater Brooklyn, but I get criticized for that. I mean, there's a lot of different people who live in Brooklyn, or Greater Brooklyn Oberlin, or something like that, but it's not, the Trump thing was very scary to me after the January 6th and what happened after the election and the Stop the Steal. I mean, I've been around for a long time. I've never seen anything like that in American politics. And, we're going to see some more of that. And, that's again, I think that should be that's the focus of my concern, not, the cancel culture or whatever, even though I, don't like a lot of it.
Look, there's fundamentalism on the left and the right. It's just right now the left is, that portion of the left is smaller.
There's fewer guns.
Follow up on Mara's point about minority rights versus minority rules. Adam has done us all a fabulous favor by writing this book and then going on MSNBC with Lawrence O'Donnell and explaining it so that even super geeks like myself got that basic point, the distinction between minority rights versus minority rule. So if there's one meme that everyone should have in their head about the filibuster issue, that's the issue. So Adam, if you could just go one more step into the, God forbid, weeds about this, so we can effing understand it, really understand it, please take the microphone.
Thank you very much for that plug. I appreciate it. No, look, I mean, that's I talk about this a lot in the book, but it's we discuss a lot about the protection of minority rights, but what gets lost in that discussion is that is the role of majority rule, which was supposed to be the guiding principle of our democracy and in every individual aspect of our government. Every decision point was supposed to be majority rule. And while the framers were very concerned with protecting the rights of the minority, the way they defined those rights were the ability to have input, the ability to debate an issue at length, the ability to have your say, and to have states represented in the Senate rather than people, or the House represents populations. All these things were built into the structure of the government to protect minority rights. But the framers were extraordinarily clear that when push came to shove, and when minority rights ran up against majority rule, that majority rule should take precedence every single time. And the Senate was a majority rule body for its entire existence up until the 1960s or so. The one category of legislation for which it was not majority rule until that time was civil rights. And the filibuster was used exclusively to kill civil rights bills through the Jim Crow era. But there's really no debating this. It just was supposed to be majority rule. The Senate was supposed to be a place where bills, you debate them a while, the minority gets to have their say, but then when push comes to shove, it comes up for a vote, and whoever has a majority wins. So minority rights are important, but we tend to dramatically overstate the role that they play, and that is what has led us to the situation we have, where you have policies that are supported by huge bipartisan majorities of people, 66, 70%, but they can't get passed because a minority that can represent as little as 1/3 of the country is effectively given veto power over that. And this was a situation the framers foresaw. They were not right about everything. They were wrong about a lot. But in terms of system design, they designed a system that was supposed to be able to adapt and change and reflect the will of the majority. And that is something that we do not have anymore.
Can I just say something about this from like actual experience of my job? Like I go to work every day, right? So I got sent by the people of Oakland and Macomb counties to Washington to take care of business for them, right? So we passed sensible gun reform, 2 pieces of it so far, this Congress. We passed the Violence Against Women Act, this Congress. We passed the Equality Act, so LGBTQ people will be fully equal in all aspects of life in our country. In this Congress, we passed the PRO Act in the House in this Congress. We passed H.R. 1 to save our democracy from voter suppression. And I'm not saying all of that would pass if the Senate would just have majority rule, but a lot of it would, and this country would be way better off. And I would be able to say to my constituents, gee, we actually accomplished something, instead of we passed something through the House, but it's sitting in the Senate. Doesn't really, they just want it done, right? They want their $15 an hour. They don't want me to say I voted for it and the House passed it, right? And I don't see how it, and I just want to say something put what you said a little stronger, Adam. The only thing the filibuster was used for most of its history, was so that black people would not be full equal participants in our democracy. It's a shameful legacy, and it's time to end it. So read Adam's book and get mad.
I think.
And if Democrats elect a couple more senators.
No. 60 votes it takes to do anything.
If Democrats elect a couple more senators, maybe they can have a carve out to the
There you
filibuster,
go.
because it only takes 50 votes to change the rules.
That's right.
51 votes
That's
to
right.
change the rules.
That's right.
Touche.
Armand, do you want?
So we hear that it's Senator Manchin and maybe Senator Sinema who won't vote to change the rules. What's your sense of whether there are others, so that if, for example, the Democrats actually won one more seat in the Senate, or perhaps 2 more seats in the Senate, as unlikely as it may seem, in 2022, could they change the rules? Or are there other Democrats lurking in the weeds who would vote against changing the rules?
That's
Either partially or fully.
That's a really, really important question. First of all, right now we know there are more Democrats that agree with Sinema and Manchin. They just don't want to be out in front. On the other hand, if Manchin changed his mind for a carve out on the filibuster, would they all follow him or resist that? What do you think, Adam?
Voting rights.
Yeah, carve out on voting rights. That's what I meant.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
Adam is our only Senate representative here.
Right. It's in the minority. There's a chicken and egg aspect to it, because it's true that if Manchin and Sinema flipped, everybody else would come along. And there's also the fact that I think, if the White House were to lean in more aggressively, that would have an influence.
So you really believe that Joe Biden has power to do this?
I do. Yeah,
You do?
Yeah, I do.
He can change Joe
Yeah, it's
Manchin's mind, despite the politics of West Virginia.
Yeah, because I don't.
Okay.
I mean, it's popular in West Virginia. I mean, it's popular.
But
I mean,
you mean Voting Rights Act? is
yeah,
popular.
that's
Okay.
right. I think, and Manchin has supported filibuster reform in the past when he still represented West Virginia. So it's not political suicide in West Virginia to support it. And Biden, it's like Nixon going to China. I mean, he has the credibility to say, me, Joe Biden, I've tried everything possible, and I've come to the conclusion that this reform is necessary, and I wouldn't be doing it if it weren't. So he has unique persuasive power to do something like that.
But first,
I
they need
think-
to get H.R. 1 slimmed down.
Well, that's true, and
Yeah.
that's happening.
Yeah.
Senator Klobuchar comes tomorrow. I mean, she can talk more about that. But there's a compromise that's to be had on this bill that Manchin would support, that could get
Right.
50 votes and pass if there was a carve out. So I think what's still possible is some sort of carve out. And in that group that's supposedly also hesitant, the sort of silent 8 or whatever, for instance, Mark Warner is supposed to be a member of that silent group, but he has come out in support of a carve out and volunteered that. He wasn't sort of pressed. So I think that if you're talking about full abolition of the filibuster, there are
Forget it.
definitely there are definitely more senators who would oppose that. But if you're talking about a narrow carve out, at a point where it's clear that bipartisan compromise is not happening on that, I do think that you could, and you had the White House decide to really go all in on it, I think that's still a possibility.
Hi. As you look throughout American history, there seems to be a common trend that crises are what spur significant change. At this point, with seeing everything that's happened and the numerous crises that we've faced, what's it going to take for actual change to happen?
Well, you thought January 6th would do it. It's hard.
Well,
to say,
I think that if the bills that we're considering in the legislative we're considering in the reconciliation package for the FY 2022 budget represent big change in this country, and I think the situation is this. I believe our democracy is still hanging by a thread, and we might be on the cusp of real change. And so my pessimism is, listen, democracy is still hanging by a thread. And my optimism is, and I represent the place where the term Reagan Democrat was coined by Stan Greenberg in 1984, and where the working class and the white working class, when people like Mara Elias and these famous national reporters go somewhere to cover that, they come to my district more than any other place in America. And I feel like if we can deliver to people really like that when they're sitting at their kitchen table and they're looking at their pocketbook, and they're like, if they have 3 kids under 6 in the house, like Mary and I used to, they would get $900 a month extra. I mean, that is huge, and carry that over to $15 an hour and all these other things. So I think we're on the cusp of delivering change potentially that would make a huge difference in people's lives. So that's the optimistic part.
And to answer your question about crises, the agenda that Andy's talking about is a response to the crisis that the pandemic made bare. It existed before the pandemic, but the pandemic was like a brutal X-ray on what was happening to the middle class in this country, what was happening to frontline workers, et cetera.
Who would have thought Joe Biden would have said? I mean, this is all.
Yeah.
What we're trying to pass is literally his agenda. It's impressive what he's.
And it's in response to a crisis. In some way, it was a slow-moving one, but it really burst into the open with the pandemic and the recession. We have 1 minute. Oh.
I just want to say how great it is to have young people come up and ask these questions, and I wonder if you all could speak to what this upcoming generation, can do to help all us. We're turning out to be super fuddy-duddies, like we just can't get it done. So we need them, and if you can give some ideas about that, that would be great.
Yeah, when Rui Teixeira and I wrote the Emerging Democratic Majority in 2002, I think one of the things we really didn't anticipate was what was going to happen with younger voters. Because, there's always this saying, what's your socialist when you're young if you have a heart, and then you become a conservative later if you have a brain or whatever. I mean, that people as they get older become more conservative, and we don't quite see that happening from the 18 to 29 to the later generation. And I don't know if we have 1 minute left. I mean, but I talk about this in my one of my books. Great Recession, incredibly important. Disillusionment, the idea that kids could have lifetime employment, that they could look forward to having careers and jobs. A lot of that crashes. Student debt, climate change, I think for that younger generation is sort of like the nuclear war was for us in the 50s, and we were a little hysterical about it. And I think that sometimes the Extinction Rebellion, people like that are a little on the nutty side. But I think that that's a reality for them that it might not be for people who were senior citizens or whatever. So you have all those factors that have really changed, and they're a big force now in politics, and they're turning out to a degree that we never imagined in 72, we thought that McGovern would win because the 18-year-olds would vote. And, you know, if you recall that election, it didn't turn out that way.
So, Andy, in your district, are young people engaged even at
Well,
now?
the shirt that I brought to for my pajamas is my Democracy Summer T-shirt. So I just want to remember Rich Trumka, who passed away just shockingly. I ran the field operation of the campaign where John Sweeney and Rich Trumka and Linda Chavez Thompson were elected the only insurgent takeover in the history of the AFL since the AFL and the CIO merged in 1955 until today. But the first thing they had me do, Mara, was create Union Summer. And we put 1,000 young people out on the streets on union organizing and bargaining campaigns, super diverse, and it woke up the labor movement, in 1996, the summer of 1996. And I just finished a Democracy Summer group in my district. And if you want to have hope in the future, spend time with young people. So I think the answer is we have to give them real power. We have to tell them that their ideas matter, that coming up to the mic is a great thing, and that we need to give them the keys to the car because they're ready to save our life on earth as we know it. And they're so ready for a diverse and equal society where everybody can participate. And God knows it's a long last. It's time for that.
That's a great way to end this. Yeah. I think that's behind us.
He asked if we're interested in lowering the voting age. Brother, I actually voted to lower the voting age to 16, proposed last Congress and this Congress by Ayanna Pressley. Doesn't get more than 100 votes, but I was one of them. So.
Thank you again to our panelists, and thank you, everybody. And next up is 6 o'clock, so enjoy the view.